Hello, hello. We are having some tea time today. Little bit of tea, some strawberry and raspberry tea, fruit tea. It is that time of year when we get festive and we have some lovely tea to drink. Yes, tea time. It is tea time. And it's also time for a very lovely burn your lips moment or spill it all over yourself kind of moment. Nope, it didn't burn me. Thank you, tea, for not burning my lips. So we are going to have a wonderful video. This is a commemoration because this indeed is our last live chat. Okay, we have to go and turn on advertisements because if we don't, then I earn about 30 cents a day. If I turn them on, I earn $1 or something, you know? $1 it's kind of nice. Some shaders need to have objects selected from the surface's pane to alter. Thank you very much for that tip. Okay, so we have to go here. That tip I learned a long time ago. Sometimes I forget it, like all the time. And it's like, why won't this surface go on? Okay. Now we go here to live, and there is our live video. It says monetization. We're going to turn that on. Thank you very much, YouTube. And we are live. Yes, let's see what, well, I guess we're fine here. So we're not going to be here too long. Now what I'm going to do here is there is a way to refresh this. How do I do that? Refresh the page. There we go. Ads. Okay, there we go. Turn on. And that should happen now. Insert ads. Yeah. Lovely. Thank you, YouTube, for adding that in to this, so we can do some. You know, I don't like to do ads. I don't like to, but you know, it's the only way I can even make anything from this channel. So, all right, it's not all about making money. It's about art, but if I can pay the bills a little bit, that would be really good. I will be right back. This is our splash screen that starts things off for us. We are back. So I have already started this is the very last image in part 1 of this book. Last night I started writing part 2. And so that is going to be coming. It's going to be a continuation all of a sudden. It's the way a book starts. If a book doesn't write itself, if it doesn't just like all of a sudden a cascade of a million ideas, then it's probably, I can't say it's not worth writing, but the thing is that when a book just all of a sudden, all the ideas just start rolling out like, and you just start writing them down and there's just idea after idea after idea. I call it writing itself. When a book writes itself, that is the best kind of book to write, because you know that there's just something there that is worthwhile, in a story that's worthwhile in sharing. So, okay, we are going to now go here. I am bound and determined to spill all of this stuff here. Can I pull this up a little bit like that, maybe? And push this down a little bit more. Okay, make myself a little bit more room here. Okay. Now we're going to open Daz Studio. Daz Studio. I just had my computer crash on me, so that's Microsoft. Microsoft maybe made my computer, they sit there and say, okay, he's gone into the kitchen for a moment, crash his computer, blue screen of death. Let's give him that update that he so desperately needs. So that's kind of the way I think things happen sometimes. All right, this is the last image, as I have mentioned. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are working on the last image of our, it is tea time. So if you have any tea, make some and join me for tea time. We are, so mine is decaf. It's always decaf. It is strawberry raspberry tea. And it is very tasty indeed. Very tasty tea. I am enjoying it very, very much. It is called, I can't see it, that says Arcadia, or I can't, lately my eyes have been, well, I can't read that, and I don't have my magnifying glass even remotely nearby, so I cannot read that. Arovia, maybe. Arovia tea. So maybe that's it. It is delicious, and I am enjoying this tea today. Very much so indeed. Very much so indeed. Now I'm wondering what it is that caused my computer to crash. It says it's very cold today. I don't know what's going on with the weather here. And let's see. It's 5 degrees. That's what we were looking for. 5 degrees outside, which doesn't bother me. I think the cold like that is very cleansing for the land. It's just, I think it's important that our world, Maine, go down to that level at least once a winter. So, yeah, that's the way I see things. So we are waiting. This is a pretty massive scene right here. That's probably a good indication as to why this crashed. It crashed my computer, and that is very rare. And not just like it just crashed it right to the blue screen of death. And so we're going to take this out of Well, we'll let this go into Iray just so you can see. I hope it doesn't crash again, but it's possible. See, this is our scene, and we have I have the fog on. I may bring the fog up a little bit more. This guy's not on they're not in their pose. I don't have the light on, which is supposed to light them up, because when I turn the light on, it has a display, which is kind of terrible. Okay, and why they're all this kind of sparkly look, it will reticulate out and all. I think I need to light these guys up some more. they're not in their correct poses yet. Okay, so I just moved them around a little bit into different positions, but they are than what was in the last image. But we're at the North Pole, okay? And so this is the new North Pole. And I kind of wish there was a little more snow on the ground, but on the road, but I guess they have it snow plowed very well. So, okay, Leaf and Polly, I've already posed them, so that's pretty much the pose they're going to be in. And so we can hide them, okay, for now. Hopefully everything stays all hunky-dory there with them hidden. Okay, save. All right, then we can also hide. These are our elves. I've given them names, okay. We don't need to hide the elves, okay. We're going to leave the elves on. We're going to hide our scene, okay? We're going to turn off the fog, and we're going to turn off our light here. I have to figure out how to. Okay, now the scene should have gone away, but it didn't. So if we go into filament mode, all right, what we got to do is pose these guys into different poses. So now this guy right here, these guys are going to be here. I think I'd like these two guys together. So what happened here? We just selected the cloud field. We're going to turn off the cloud field and turn off the light so we're not accidentally selecting them. All right, now when we select this guy, we should actually get him. And it's not working. Why not? That's very strange. It should be selecting my guy. Okay, I'm not sure what's up here. We're going to go into texture shaded mode. See what happens here. Okay, and we select this guy. All right, this is weird. It should be selecting a part in here. Okay, something is weird. Is going on. Art! Welcome, welcome. We are having tea time. It is tea time. It is strawberry raspberry tea today. I was almost talked into having a coffee and then, okay, there we go. It's finally doing its thing. So how about this guy? All right, now we got Tony. Tony's out front here. And we're going to bring Tony in a little bit. Z. Translate. Okay, so these two guys are a pair, and he's going to get up off the ground. This is Henry, and we're going to bring him up closer to Tony. And these two guys, they're going to have their arms around each other. And then these two guys are going to be in different poses, but right about where they are. Oops, what did I just do? Z. That's not how you're supposed to move Gregory. We're going to pull Gregory up a little closer. About there, maybe. These two guys, so they're going to be these guys will have their arms around each other facing us. These guys are just going to be in close proximity. Yes, I am living well. Strawberry and raspberry tea these are very delicious. I can't read this. Rovia, I think. Arovia. I think that might be the brand of tea. Just one moment. Another cough break. It's early morning and my breathing apparatus is telling me I got some good sleep last night. I think I almost slept 10 hours. I'm not sure why that happened. So I'm getting kind of ready for work for a new job, and I'm hoping it's going to happen soon. This guy, all right, all right, so what we're going to do is we have to pose these guys in different poses. I can't keep them in the same poses that they were in for the last, I just don't do that, okay? So these guys are going to be buddy pals. Let's do them. Let's do Felix and Marty. Okay, that's Marty and that's Felix. So let's work on these two guys. Marty, I think I'll have to do is kind of bring his arm down, and we could have his arm around over Felix. Let's rotate Felix around. So, but Felix has got, I gotta put them in some of these couples poses. So let's go here to Files, Figures, Poses, and we got couples poses. Let's see what we got. We just want these. I don't want it like too massively affectionate. All right, so I just now this would be nice. Okay, I think these two. Let's see, we got that. So this would be for Felix would be this one, I guess. Let's see which one's which. This is Marty. We'll put Marty here. See which one that gives us. And Felix. You don't have to look down, Marty. Okay, we'll have him look up. Felix. All right, this might work. And we rotate this guy around. And Marty, we pull Marty in. And let's get a little closer. See what we've got here. You can look up Marty. And let's see what we got here. All right. We've got to turn Felix in. Okay, Felix. Let's bring him over like this. Over like this maybe. Not sure how long their hands are. Let's see what's happening in the front. Once we get them in the correct position, we should have it. Genesis 9 poses are pretty amazing. And we pull Felix over a little bit like this. And there it is. And we bring this up, bend this head a little bit. And we're going to tilt it a little bit like that. And this. A little bit like that. And twist it a little bit more like that. And then we got to take this arm out, bend it out. Bring it a little to the front. And this one's got to come out a little bit more. Bend that out. What I can do is push his clothes in a little bit, but we're still going to bend it out a little bit. Okay. I think this has got to come in a little bit. Bend that in. Okay. And that's our guys, okay? Our two little elves. And now what's up with the feet? I guess that foot can go up unless I find it's just not right somehow. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to put these two guys together because they are kind of a unit. So this is Marty and Felix. Okay, we'll go like this. So we can move them together and, okay. Marty and Felix. And Felix. Okay. Now if we need to move them together, and let's bring their heads up a little bit more. And you. Bend your head up a little more. Okay. And let's go back to our camera. All right, I think we're going to pull these guys a little closer. That's why we have them together. So we can pull them a little closer to the camera like this. Okay. And turn them. Okay. These guys can probably come up a little closer. Let's see what happens when we bring back in our leaf and poly. Well, there they are. Okay. This works. Now these guys have got to come up a little closer and all right, so we're going to hide leaf and poly again for a moment. And we're going to now hide Marty and Felix so we can work on other things. Okay, let's get this guy up here, Gregory. It's going to come up closer to the scene. And this guy is Thomas. And Thomas is going to come back this way. They're all going to have, these guys are going to have different poses. I know their poses are almost working, but they're the same poses I had in the last image, and so they have to have different poses. So, all right, it's just kind of my rule. All right, so we're going to find them different poses. How about if we try this pose on Thomas, like he's walking? All right, that kind of works. And now we have, is this Gregory? Yep, I know my elves. I know them already. let's see. We gotta go and do something for Gregory. And let's see what we got. Okay, Gregory will do this one. We'll rotate him around a little bit like this. And save this. Done a lot of work. I don't want to lose my work. I don't want to lose my work. All right. And then we got to get him up off the ground. He wouldn't be sitting on that cold, frozen ground. So here we go. So this guy, not that hard when you have poses. When you have poses and poses and poses. Okay, how about this kind of stance? Oops, I don't know if that's going to work. I just put it on his spine. Yeah, that did work. I think we have to pull him down a little bit. That looks almost like it resized him a bit, but he's been not quite on the ground anyway. I'm not sure what's going on here. We'll have to get a little closer. So, I'm not sure what is up with him. He's so much taller than the others now. I'm still trying to move his spine, and I got to stop doing that. Henry, let's get Henry here. Okay. I'm not sure. Something might have lifted him up. And then I forget who this is. That's Tony. All right, Tony, the man. All right, here we go. And let's see what we've got for Tony. Open arms. And we'll move him in a little bit. Oh, that kind of pulls them in together, but no. I think we're going to bring these guys. They are kind of a couple. Buddy. The tall one, Buddy. All right, let's call him Buddy. This one here is Buddy, okay? Very good. Buddy. All right. Very good, Art. Thank you for the suggestion. He's Buddy. All right. And we're going to pull Buddy back a little bit more so we can bring Tony in. Okay. Now, I'm not sure if that worked on Tony. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with his hands. Let's see. I'm not sure I like this pose. It looks a little bit menacing. Let's see. It looks a little manipulative, sort of. Or contrived. I don't know if that's the right word. Let's see what we've got. Masculine. Okay, if we bring him up and kind of turn him. Not sure. Okay, I can't believe how close they are. It seems as though he's not. I'm going to find out he's not. All right, where's the ground? Let's see if we can find the ground. He's a gangster. I know. That's why we're going to try and stay away from that. We want nice elves in Santa's village. We don't want the black market going on here with toys being sold. All right, where is the ground? Excuse me. Where is the ground? Ribbon, candy, baubles. What was that? Okay, bell, bell. Well, I don't think, can I just select the ground? No, I can't. Snowman, clip art, North Pole sign, sleigh. All right, where is the fence? Okay. Star, candy cane, star, baubles, stockings. There is a ton of stuff in this scene here. Wreath. Is that how you spell wreath? I think there's an A in W-R-E-A-T-H. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm incorrect. It's the dark pole. Oh, well, that's going to be book number 2, okay? Book number 2 is going to take you into a very, very dark place. Okay, so globe. What are we looking for? Tree. Okay, I'm not finding the ground. Let's see. What happens when we turn it all back on here? Maybe we can do it just by turning it back on here. So, buddy. Okay, here we go. What happens when we turn the ground on? We have to wait. Okay, there it is. Now we're going to go. I have found a trick. Filament mode lets me see things better. Okay, so Buddy, it looks like Buddy is not on the ground. So that's exactly what's the problem here. So we can bring him down until he starts to touch the ground here. Okay, there it is. This guy's on the ground. They're on the ground. And now let's see what's going on with their hands and things. Are they like this hand is obviously going through. We're going to turn Buddy a little bit. Rotate him in. And let's bring him up a little closer. What happens if we do this kind of thing? Well, I kind of like that, but I think we're going to leave Buddy to be a little more aloof. We're going to bend this hand out. And twist it. We'll give him a different. Okay, let's get on this elf here. Okay, we twist this arm a little bit here, in, and we give him a different pose for his hand. We twist this. And then we go to our hand. That would be our right hand. And let's, okay, that looks good. And I think this arm could twist in a little bit. It's like, okay, now this arm could twist out a little bit. And this arm could twist out a little bit. Okay. He's okay. That arm's okay. That arm's okay. Their clothing looks okay. We got a little poke through there. This arm's got to twist out maybe a little bit more. Okay, so we got a little bit of few clothing malfunctions to fix. Twist. Okay. Now let's dart over to this guy. See what's happening with him. Hi, Santa. All right, now we've got, I don't think we need that Santa in here because he's not going to be in the image, but so far everything's rendering okay. So now we got to twist this arm out a little bit. And I'm not sure that I like this pose. Okay, let's find another pose for him. I think I already used that pose. We gotta look for something kind of. That's the Nile pose. It's like, oh, mighty Nile. I don't know that that will work. Pose walking. It's like, looks like he's hailing a bus. No, not ballet. I'm not sure that that. How about this one? No, the Dante. Not sure that would work either. Something fun. So, dance. Whispers, hey, Rudolph, you want to make some more candy cane? Rudolph is not that gullible. There we go. Oh, I keep putting these poses on body parts and just hope that they work. All right, there we go. I think that's a better pose. Bend. The trolls are not very mischievous. They are well behaved, and Santa has them very well in hand. Front, back, we're going to go bend this up a little bit so that the arm fits there properly. And then we've got to move the hand. Okay, let's get in here a little closer. Is this hand okay? It looks like it's okay, but I can't tell. These are really hard to do. Okay, so we twist this a little bit so it comes, his fingers come out in the front like that. And then we take our little bone thing here and we pull this in a little bit like that. There we go. That works. It looks like it works. These trolls have such big hands that, or the elves. Okay, that might need to bend a little. This needs to bend a tiny bit too. All right. Here we go. Bend that out. And bend this out a little bit, just a bit. Bend that out. Okay, and now this hand, I think I'm going to push this in with it's probably stuck over from a last pose. So we'll see. We're going to, okay, let's go now to his clothing. Over tunic. See what happens here when we go here to our tool settings, Geometry Sculptor. Okay, we're going to smooth this part out first. Okay, just smoothing that out a little bit. Smoothing this out a little bit. Okay, then we're going to take this right here. I'm going to push this in like that. That in. that. Pull that out a little bit. Okay, I think that works. Let's see. This. Okay. Okay, I think I got to make this a little smaller. We're going to go to 3. Okay, now we can pull this end part in. Z, undo that last move. That's what kind of sucks, is that they haven't set this to work with undo. So when you do something, there's no undo, which sucks. Okay, we're going to smoothen that out. Hopefully. Some fabrics do not work with this. Okay, I guess that's just there. Okay, and some things you just can't fix. Smoothen this out a little bit. Okay, we're going to bring his thumb in. I think we got it poking through here. Yeah, we do. So what we'll do is take his tunic and push that in. Here. Is that the tunic? Yeah. That works. Okay, that's a little... All right, now the thumb. We'll do the thumb while we're here. Thumb 1, parameters, bend, up, down. Okay, and let's see what we have here. Okay, what we can do is take this hand and bend it out a little like that. Then we can bring his arm in a little closer. Okay. Head tilted this way. Side to side, we'd like it over here. And twist him looking this way. A little more side to side. Okay, and then we look and see what's going around the back. That's okay. That's working. His feet are good. What's happening? What did I just do? All right, I guess we're okay. Save it. Okay, now we have to do a little bit of smoothing in here to make this kind of look a little bit better. All right, so his eyes, there's nothing I can do with their eyes. Now, when you are bringing your shapes into Genesis 9 from Genesis 8, Genesis 3, and any other, Michael 4, all of those. Well, you have to bring your shapes from Michael 4 to Genesis 3, and then you can bring them from Genesis 3 to Genesis 9. All right, that's how the path goes. And when you bring them over and import them over to Genesis 3, you want to import their morphs with them so that when you move them to Genesis 9, maybe the morphs will come through. I'm not sure that they do, but keep that in mind, okay? Because when you're talking about cartoon characters with big eyes and all of those kinds of things, you might want to be able to close their eyes or have one eye open or something like that, or just make them blink a little bit so they don't look like they're staring ahead so much. that's the idea. Okay, so what I wanted to do was just kind of smoothen this area out a little bit in his coat, and it may not work well, but let's see. Let's try. Over tunic. Go back to tool settings. Mesh grabber used to be a thing like where 5, we'll try 5, where I used to just dread every time I had to use it. It was like going and washing the dishes or something, you know? It was just, I always felt like I was, like I had, it was like trying to do a hurdle or something, you know? Just like it was just a really massive job just to open it. Just, and I'm not like that anymore. I have found that I just don't, it doesn't bother me as much now to just open Mesh Grabber to go to it, and just, I kind of got this aggressive thing where I just stopped worrying about it being so difficult to do, and just kind of, now I just do it. I just go right to it, open it right up, and do what I need to do. So that's, hopefully that helps you to be more aggressive with Mesh Grabber and not to allow it to kind of intimidate you or tire your brain out in a way. So I think we've got to take, I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm going to take the tunic and try pulling that out a little bit. There we go. I think the tunic was pushing into an inner garment. Now I've pulled it out too far. Okay, we're going to go a little smaller to 2. And then we can, okay. I just can't, I don't think undo failed. See? This is terrible. Okay, now we're going to try pushing this in. All right, there we go. We'll push this in a tiny bit. So you have to be like really perfect with your manipulations, or you can end up in a mess. Okay, that's not going to be seen. So I think this works now. Okay, outer garment, over tunic. Okay, this guy's okay. Now, I don't mind that they're kind of, their bellies look a little bit like weird anyway, because they're elves and they have this strange diet and all of that stuff over tunics. So we got to take, he's got some spots here that have to be fixed. I'm not sure. I got to pull his undergarment out. Okay, a little bit. So we have to select him first. So that's select him. All right, buddy. And then we go back. Like, it doesn't take that long. Boom, we're right back into Mesh Grabber. We find our piece of cloth that we need, the under tunic that's got to come out. And we're going to go with 5 here, just to pull this all out at once, like that. That's enough. Okay, there's 1. Then the outer garment, and we're going to take that down a little bit to 2 again. And what are we doing here? I'm going to try this. Blue. The over tunic, this isn't working. Somebody's ear canal. All right. Work with me, buddy. Down and out. Okay, once we get, All right, what is up with this? I think it's the inner cloth. The under tunic is pushing out and in. There we go. Now, I mean, that we can do things like just delete parts of the clothes so that things fit right. I don't like to do that, okay? When you delete something, now we can smoothen this out a little bit. Hopefully it works. We can smoothen this and then go, oops, and pull it out just a little bit like this. Come on. Oh, this is not working well. Yes, well, they try to bathe at least once a week. So, which is not very good hygiene, but you know. All right, what is going on here? It looks like we have a serious issue. Okay. All right, I have to get precise with my movements here. All right. Now we're going to pull this out. I have only a few chances to do this right. Okay, now we try to smoothen it a little bit. This is not good. What's going on here? I'd like to turn it this way, then back over. What's going on? Okay, how about if we try this tool? This could turn into a very big disaster where I have to go back in. Okay, now that looks like it pulled that back in together. But now this is terrible here. All right, let's try to smooth this now. This part seems to be more inclined. All right, so what I've done is just totally messed this up. He's got the same issue under his arm. Or that's him. Oh, that's our middle guy here. Okay. No wonder why, because it's him. Oh, what are we going to do with this? All right, we're going to delete the tunic. All right, we're going to fix the under tunic. Okay, so this, by smoothing this out, now the under tunic is messing up. Okay, EW tunic. All right, let's try this again. Out, files, default. All right, which one is what? Wardrobe. So we select buddy. Buddy. All right. This is Genesis. Oh, I forgot. Okay, cancel. We got to cancel this. All right, now we got to undo that. Z. All right. And which one is this? This is Genesis. This is Genesis clothing. This is how far back this is. I'm lucky that I can even touch this mesh. Okay, that I can even touch this onto this fabric without it just completely freaking out. I think I have this also. Genesis, okay, accept. That usually, I mean, it's just usually the mesh is so incompatible with today's mesh that you just can't even touch it with the Geometry Sculptor, and it just completely goes completely bonkers, like what we're seeing here. But this is much better than stuff that I've seen in the past. I have a feeling that our Geometry Sculptor tools, they're not done working with them. I think that the developer or developers would love to have had another year to develop it. But they had to roll it out, and because we're all waiting for it, and I'm glad they did. I didn't want to wait any longer than I had to wait for this. So thank you for putting it out. Okay, now we got something that looks a little bit better. Okay, that was somebody's tonsils, I think. Oh, look at that! It's there again. I didn't need to see. Oh, what the hell! All right. All right, so we need to use this one to move out. All right, so into there. So let's see what we have. Now let's see if we can find the other tunic. And this isn't going to be as easy. All right, because I forgot the name of it. Where is it? We got another elf here that we can find the name of the tunic. Okay, EW over. That's probably the only over. It won't show up unless you type the whole word in, okay? Okay, here we go, buddy. And this is for Genesis, so we have to do this again. Type of, I could have gone with loose fit. That might have worked, but sometimes it just like makes it really loose. So, because it is an over item. This will work. This will work. Sometimes just bringing it back in is all that is necessary. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like we have the same issue here that we had before. Okay, we're not playing this here. Okay, so I'm wondering if smoothing would work here in this case, adding a little more smoothing. So, okay, we have Buddy here. Let's see what happens if we just try to pull this out a little bit with a very meticulous skill here. Buddy, okay, this is our overcoat. Where is that now? I don't see it on him. Buddy. Where is it, buddy? Pants. Well, that is really strange. We'll go down to the bottom here. Let's save this for now. Just save it real quickly. I think it's Buddy we're working on. Yeah. Okay, we'll get this. We will. Yes, sometimes you have to type the entire word in. It can't, it's not smart enough to say, oh, well, I found something. It's not the complete word, but it's close enough. Yeah, the Daz search needs to have partial words entered in. So it searches as you're typing. So that's not there. You have to type the entire word. And then it will find it. Okay, so just to developers, please add some more into the search functionality. So, okay, over tunic. Why does this have... Oh, that's because there are 4 of them. Okay, so buddy. Okay, over. It will find them here. Okay, elves. Okay. So this should be, I think, with Buddy. Let's see if this is the one. Okay, we go back to tool settings here. Yeah, so this one should be with Buddy. Okay, we're going to delete this. And we're going to try to put this in with Buddy here. Over tunic. There's a Tony one. This is very strange how this is. Okay, Marty and Felix are together. Okay, Buddy doesn't have one. So we got to get rid of this. Okay. See if we can fix this now. Buddy. Smart. Over tunic. I must add something else selected. Genesis. Yeah. Yep. So that's what we try to do, is to try and show the Daz developers what an actual experience somebody has using their software, you know? An average person who just kind of tries to use their software and they can't figure out why they have to type in the entire word when it's not, when it, you know, I would think that it would just, if I typed in EW, it would show me the whole kind of everything in the set. Nope, you have to type in EW over tunic, then it will show you one item with, it has to be the exact word. And that's, in this day and age, that is antiquated, okay, for search. So, and it is something they could implement, all right? But I don't know. I do have, okay, now is this going to show up in here, buddy? If it doesn't, I'm going to have to put them in. Okay? No, see, they're not associating with my elf. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just move them in with Buddy. Okay, there they go. All right, now that's over tunic 6. That's about right. There's 6 elves. And all right, so which is kind of strange. Right click. Now we have the parent fit to. This should be fit to. All right, I assume it is fit to him though. Okay, it just didn't put them where they were supposed to go. That is a major bug. Let's save this. Not sure why it did not place them in with him. But we're not going to. Welcome, and Cherry! Very nice to have you here today. We have 4 awesome, awesome viewers right now. And I think we had Angus here, but I'm not sure if Angus has come in. It's a little early in his part of the hinterlands. So he has I hope he's sleeping in. So that would be very nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, all right, we have the tunic, and now we have to fix this, all right? So, over tunic. So, don't over tunic things. All right, so we select this, and we're going to make this smaller. We're going to make it a 1, I guess. Enter. Let's see if we can just kind of pull these parts out just ever so gently. Okay, look at that. It worked. Okay, that's a little bit too much. I would say this is a patch, or it's some kind of weird thing that they put into the fabric that doesn't really belong there. It's like, oops, I made it too short. Let's just put a patch there. So it's been sewn in. A strange little patch for this, and it's not translating well. I'm not going to touch that any more than that. I don't really have to have that fixed. Okay? Again, I want to stress that you need to be very precise with this tool, okay? Because there is no undo, at least not yet. Someday there probably will be an undo. So, but currently there is no undo, at least that I can see, or it seems to fail most of the time. And why it changes the trajectory here is another issue. Okay, if I can just make this kind of work. Okay, that's enough to obscure the skin here. All right. Not really. How about a tiny bit of smoothing? But how about if we take the gain and make it really low, okay? Okay, whatever way the smoothing wants to go, we can smooth this together maybe. See how that works? Just bring the gain way down, and we can heal that little area. Okay. All right. So there's that. Now let's see what's happening with the front of this clothing, because it's going to be atrocious. I know it will. Which he's kind of covering it with his... All right, we've got some clothing malfunctions here. We can bring the gain back up a little bit. let's go here and let's bring this up to 6. Okay, and we'll pull these parts out. Okay, over tunic. Pull yourself out of this rut. Okay, that works. Okay, that looks like it worked. Okay. So what we're going to do is a little bit of smoothing now. In here, up in here a little bit. With our tunic, okay. I don't think I can undo that, no. See, undo doesn't work. And so when you undo something, you could be undoing something else, okay? Be very careful with that. Okay, let's pull this out a little bit. There we go. All right, so his clothing, let's, I wish I could just jump right over and work on that, but that's not the way the tool works. Okay, so we're going to pull this area out a little bit more, one more hit. Okay, and maybe one more hit up here and here. Okay, so you bring the gain down and you can do things a little more meticulously. Okay, they're not going to see that. Now these guys have hair, they just doesn't show up in Iray. I mean in Filament. Filament doesn't show hair very well. Not currently, but it will probably in time. So this all looks good. All right, so if I am not mistaken, okay, we were using our hand camera. All right, save this. We could very well be, I'm going to bring this arm down a little bit more. Gotta go. All right, well, thank you very much, Art, for being here for an hour and 12 minutes, friend, and you were the first one in. Very nice to have you here. Very nice indeed. So I'm not going to be much longer. This is the last. Could you guys please head to the gallery, if you could, and leave a like on my story? I can post a link to my gallery, maybe, if I can get to it here. And please leave a like on my images, on my December images. Let's see, I've got a few more here that have come up. I haven't even checked the store yet today. So my gallery, and this would be December. Okay, open up December. Okay, I think I have it open. Okay, so this says trending. I'm not sure if this takes you right in. Okay, so here we go. Here is the link to my gallery. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for being here, Art. You have a lovely rest of your day. So I think we can start turning things on here. We can put poly and leaf back in. We can put on our cloud field. And put on our square light, which should light things up a little bit. Do this slowly, okay, because there's our, wow, the cloud, oh, that's because the cloud field has all right, there's our square light. I have to do something with that square light to fix it, okay? So we've got to go to the square light. Display, I think if I turn the display off, the light will still work, but the display won't show. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, that's my December gallery, and that's so all of the images that look like they're Christmas images, if you could leave a like on them, I would appreciate that very, very, very much. Very much indeed. Why does it look like they're oh, that's because they're standing in a cloud. I have a little bit of cloud stuff here. Now let's see what happens when we go into Iray. What happens to our guys here? So, and we got Polly here. Polly's going to have some new friends when in book 2. So there may be some more females coming in book 2. There they are. So I think we bring these guys ahead a little bit more, I'm not sure, and over. So let's put, now which guys are this? Okay, I wanted to bring this arm down a little bit here. Other than that, this looks good. So we have to turn back off the scene so I can do stuff here because there's just too much stuff in the scene. Okay, it's not going to let me do anything. Okay, I've got to get out of mesh grabber mode. Okay, can we do this? No, that's the spine. All right, let's see if we can do the arm, and then we go right upper arm. We'll move up. Parameters, bend. Bend that in. A little bit like that. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to take these eeny, meeny, miny, and mo here. This is this one, this guy, which would be Buddy. And this guy is who? Gregory. Find Gregory. All right. Now we're going to put those 3, Tony, Buddy, and Gregory, into a group. And Gregory. Now they are in a group. We can pull them in a little closer. Bring them up a little bit closer to the camera. And these guys here. And we're going to move Thomas in with them. All right, and we're going to move them up a little closer. Okay, this is our supporting cast here of characters from our story. Okay, we're going to have Buddy look up. I don't know what he's looking at, but we're going to have him look up towards these guys. All right. And that works. He's looking at whoever's taking the picture. So, all right. That looks like our image, people. Looks like our image, our final image. This is called Leaf's Village. So this is the beginning of Santa's Village. This is when it got transformed, and there's a whole story. This is the final story of the story. So I think we're kind of finished. I might bring the fog up a little higher. We'll see. Why is, okay, those are Thomas, Felix, okay, and these are, all right, that works. The hand cam can go. That puts these groups together. Okay, we're going to go Felix, Marty, Felix, and Thomas. We'll call this Marty, Felix, and Thomas. Okay, so we have 3 groups that we have. This is nice. Okay. So, all right. This works. Let's turn his head a little bit this way. Okay. And now we save this. Let's turn everything on. It is impossible to search in the gallery. Well, please make a bookmark of my gallery if you'd like. And thank you very much, N Cherry, for talking about my gallery. It's very nice to have somebody bring, take interest in it. I mention it and it goes over like a, that people, there's just no interest. And it's very nice to have somebody, follow up and interest on it. So thank you very much. So I think we're going to turn things on here in this scene. Turn back on the village. And the square light. Okay. Oh, that's just all right, let's see what happens when we go into Iray. Everything should be turned on now. Our entire scene. Everything is on. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, there it is. Now, that's it. This is so we could bring, now our light might be a little bit bright. Now, notice how this is all reticulating very slowly. So I think it's because I have different kinds of lights in the scene. We have a ghost light. I'm wondering if I would be better off with a spotlight than this ghost light. So what we'll do is we're going to turn the ghost light off. And if I just take a big wide spotlight and come at them, all right, I might end up with a better light, okay? Because this is, all these little dots is because the ghost light is so wide that all these little specks of light are trying to be sent off of the plane. Okay, but with a spotlight, it's all coming from a point. Okay, it would cause these shadows to go. They're going to have weird shadows. Okay, it's just, there's no way around it. Because I've got, this is where the light source is coming from behind them. And so we'll turn the ghost light off. Okay, and it looks like there's still a lot of speckly, spotty kind of things. I don't have any other light source in here than the environment. Okay, so it's just, notice how it's, oh, well, there's all these lights, the trees and these lights, street lights and everything. Yeah, this is like light haven here. So let's try a spotlight just for the heck of it. And see, now I could use a distant light to light this up. And what if I take this environment and just drop it by 1? See, this, I think that looks better because it's a little bit more intimate, okay? And I have to check this hand to make sure that the fingers aren't going through his clothes. I think I did check that. His hands, all right, I did check his fingers. And this hand, I don't like that pose on the hand. So, and there's something showing here. All right, so we got, oh, that's looking through, okay? And it looks, I have to smooth this out a little bit more here. So the clothing all looks good on all these guys except for this area here. Okay, so certain things have to be fixed. They're all standing on the ground, which looks good. Okay, so we're going to have these guys maybe look up towards us more, all right? Little things. All right, I think that was a big improvement on that. Why? Oh, I know it's wrong. I think my camera spotlight is set to on, like, no, it's auto. Let's go off and see what happens. Okay, the camera spotlight was on, okay? So it was lighting them kind of without my permission. Okay, so we're going to put a spotlight in. Okay, we'll look through the spotlight. Okay, we're going to turn off the town for now. Okay, I'm going to save this again. I'm going to save this as Leafs Village 2, just in case I do something and mess it up. Now, the way this was originally was I had the tree behind them, and I had the whole land like turned so that it was straight on. So, and then I kind of had the tree with a star coming up behind them, and then this light. So, but I kind of wanted to have like the packages and there's little gifts under the tree. I wanted the tree to be seen, so I had to tilt. So I'm just kind of telling you some of the artistic aesthetics that went into this. That I tilted this, I rotated the scene a little bit to show their house. This is kind of like the main house, and these are some of the workshop houses and all. So that and I chose a modern village over like a really old kind of toonish, like kind of like a Swiss mountain village rather than. So I kind of chose the gaudy, commercialized, modern village. So it's just it was just a matter of a choice and all. And this particular scene has this round circular thing, which gives you these trees in the land in the background. So it's a circular plane transparency. So just to let you kind of know a little bit about kind of what's going on here. Now what we have to do is find the city and turn it off. Control Alternate minus. All right, this should help. Now, where is the city? Where are you? Okay, there you are. If I turn this off, then it will, okay, which it's not going off, but it will. All right, then we can now we'll go to texture shaded. The city's gone. Then we go back to Iray. It should be gone now. It just didn't refresh for us. Okay, the city should be gone, which allows me to now center our spotlight here now. So we take the spotlight here, go here, and point at Leaf and Poly. Very good. Now back to the spotlight. And we come back here like that so that it will be wide enough to get them all into the light, but mostly focus on Leaf and Poly. This is dramatic lighting, okay? You don't want the light too high or else it's going to not light their eyes. Okay, so now let's go back to our camera and let's give the light a little bit of power. 9. Now now notice how that was a much better on them. Well, we have all those other lights turned off right now. So let's warm it up just a little bit. Yeah. And let's give it one more. Yeah, that's good right there. Okay, and I think what I want to do now, if I take our, okay, these guys, where are we? We got Leaf and Polly, and then Elves is gone because we have them in different groups. Now Marty, Felix, and Thomas. All right, this guy, I'm just going to leave them where they are. Okay, this guy, Marty and Felix have to be in their own group. Okay, because they can't be moved independently. All right, so, oh, I have a call here. Just a moment. Hello, I am back. I'm sorry, that was a very important phone call. Very, very, very important. Okay, so, all right. Now I think this looks really nice. They're kind of popping out. These guys aren't supposed to pop out quite as much as the others. Now, I wanted to pull these guys back a little bit so that their feet aren't getting cut off, and over a little bit so that they kind of fill the whole scene a little bit. And if I were to turn them just a little bit more, okay, we're going to go into, okay, so if I pull them back a wee bit more, they'll be kind of in the middle here. And then if I rotate them more, they're going to start to look towards the camera, okay? And then I don't have to tilt their heads, that they kind of look relaxed. This guy can look up a little bit more. So he looks, and maybe we'll twist his head a little more here. This guy, we'll twist his head a little more. Well, I think it's got to be there. All right, now this guy here, Tony, we're going to pull Tony over. So he kind of fills the scene a little bit more. And we're going to pull Tony back so his feet aren't cut off. All right, it's just a few last little things. I'm going to pull Tony over, and I'm going to pull this guy. Buddy and Tony are kind of together as well. So they're going to be kind of like that. All right. And then this guy, Gregory, can be pulled over a little bit more and over towards these guys. And I think that's the kind of arrangement. Save this. And this may be like our final render here. So let's see. Okay. And then we turn the city back on. Now we have a light that I'm kind of happy with. I think I'm going to be happy with. The cloud field. Okay, what is this? This is our city, our town. Okay, this is looking good. And then I'd like to turn him a little bit more. So okay, in this hand, I didn't like the look of that hand, that pose. So we have a few more things to do. The city can go back off. Okay, we're going to take this guy. This is Buddy, and I'm going to turn him a little bit more. Y rotate. I think I want him looking like that a little more. And like this. Bend his head a little more up. Okay. And this guy, what we're going to do is we're going to lock his body. Okay, this is Tony. We're going to go to our V3 digitimes, and we're going to lock all bones. And then we're just going to unlock his hand. His right hand. Unlock the right hand. No, that would be the left hand. Okay. Then we're going to put some poses on him until we get a pose that with a hand that we like. It shouldn't change anything but his hand. There we go. I don't like that either. And how about this one? It's going to give him a fist. I don't want a fist either. Not sure I like that either. So let's see. Let's just keep working through these until we find something we like. And that changed his other hand to a fist. Okay. I think I can work with this one. It's changing both of his hands. I'm not sure why, because only one hand was unlocked. Okay, so if I bend this out a little bit, maybe. Okay, that kind of works. I'm going to have to zoom in and look and see whether if his fingers are going through. Why is this, okay, doing that? Okay, unlock all bones. This is Tony. Let's try this again. Unlock all bones. Okay, then we lock them again. And we go to unlock left hand. Be the left hand. Okay. I'm not sure that I like that one either. So okay. Let's see. It's probably going to change them both. So it's kind of weird how. Oh, that's only changing one hand. So it looks like we've got something happening correctly. Let's try this hand. No, see that? Z. So some of the poses don't work. And that, okay, that did. At least I have an undo that works, okay? Some of them don't work right. Some of them do both hands. Don't like that either. Okay, I may end up just posing his hand. Okay, manually. Okay, so we'll just bend this out. And we'll take this right here. Okay, now I have to undo this. Unlock all bones. And we'll twist this. All right. Twist. And bend. Something a little more relaxed. And bend this in. There we go. A little more nonchalant. Okay. And these elves have such big hands. They're like exaggerated, so they're very expressive with their hands. The hands tell a story. And so you have to really kind of work with them to get the hands right. So, all right. That could do it, I think. Bend. All right, so we have this happening here. Let's see if they're all looking at the camera in Iray before we turn everything off. We have Polly's looking at the camera. Leaf is not. These guys are he's looking at the camera. These guys are not. So I just want to make sure that Polly and these guys, him and him, are looking at the camera. Now, I would like to use that look at the camera script, but these guys have these enormous eyes, and I had to place them by hand into their head. And so if I were to try and have them look at the camera, it would probably throw their eyes out of alignment in their head. I don't really dare try it, so I have to do them manually. So let's go into Iray and see if these, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 of our figures are looking at the camera. Let's make sure they're looking. It doesn't matter if they're looking maybe perfectly at the camera. These guys are now, they have their, he's looking down. She is. Okay, so we just have to have him look up a little bit. All right, a little bit more than what he is. Okay, so let's go back out and let's tilt his head up a little more. All right, let's see if that works. A little bit of variety kind of in their poses so that they don't all there we go. I think that works. And that, okay, we're going to move his hand back a little more here. Okay. Bend it back. All right. There we go. We didn't have to pose that hand that much anyway. I could move now Buddy ahead a tiny bit. Let's see what happens. Just a little bit. So we could have his hand out a little bit more. There we go. I think that works. Let's turn Buddy a little bit more this way. No, see, now he doesn't look like he's looking at them. Got to keep him the way he is. All right, so save this. Okay, I think I'm going to move him back a little more. Behind Buddy a little more. Okay. Tony. Okay, like this. There we go. Flip his head over. Twist it. Okay. And let's take there we go. Now I think we have something here. And now we have to turn the city back on. And I wanted to raise my cloud field a little more. Iray, let's see what we have. Okay, I'm not seeing the sound cloud field. I have it turned off, I think. Okay. I wonder how hard it would be to get Leaf to look at the camera. Now it looks like her foot isn't on the ground. Let's see, perspective. Take me to her foot. And it is not. Okay, what do we do to make that foot go on the ground? This is not going to be easy. Let's turn the cloud off again. Can't see her leg. Okay. we have to do, oh, see, I can't, now okay, he's off the ground as well. So if I just take and move them both down, a tiny bit. And now we have the other issue of this foot. Bend. Bend. Okay, back to the camera. Now, speaking of feet, we got to look perspective view. Make sure all of the feet. Now we're going to do this in Filament because it's easier to see in Filament. I had to work really hard with their feet to get them right. Now we've lost our, okay, I have to pull this back over. We've lost our icons. Oh, it's writing the textures. Okay, that's back. Okay, that's nice. Nice of them to give us that back. All right, so we come around here. What's going on here? Okay, luckily these two guys are one unit. So they're not on the ground, and that's, you got to have them on the ground. So we have now Marty and Felix. Okay. This foot, we're going to go not side to side. Twist. And okay. That's enough. Okay, this guy's on the ground. He maybe could come up a little bit. Thomas. No, maybe he's got to come down. And then we got to take this foot here and bend that out. Okay. And then we got here Gregory. Bend that out. And now we have this guy. It was just, they're in a different scene than what I had them, buddy. Bend that up a little. And this guy. right, he's got some issues here with his feet, both of them. We bend that up so it's kind of flat. Right foot, bend that up. Let's bring him down now. That's Tony. Okay, I think that works. Okay, and Tony, I didn't realize was right behind him, but that's okay. I think that's okay. Now the camera, save this. All right, now that they're on the ground, and I think I started off with their feet. So everybody's feet has been placed on the ground. Hopefully that didn't throw their eyes off, so that they're not, now they're looking down rather than at the camera, but we'll have to assess that. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, and what we can do now is turn back on our cloud field. And go into Iray. So I just saved it, so I don't have to save it again until, okay, we're going to then look at our render settings, and we're ready to render. So this is the last image. You can see the plane that's in the back of the field, okay? And all right. And I think this is going to be the image. He's got to look up a little more. Bend. Okay. And let's try this again. I'm wondering if I like this light here. They look like kind of deer in headlights kind of look. And I'm wondering if lighting them separately with spotlights, I think that's the way to go. Because this light here is, it's just too much of a blanket light. And I could do a little, I think do a little bit better with lighting them separately. All right, so let's try that. Let's go with that. Let's take, we'll leave the light, this light here. Okay, so this would be Control Alternate minus. Let's, okay, this is our spotlight main. We'll call this main. All right, and then what I will do is I'm going to turn that off. Let's see what it looks like, how much light we have in our scene with the spotlight main. I mean, is it going to matter? Is my HDRI putting off so much light that I'm not going to be able to get any kind of dramatic effect? Yeah, see, I think I can get a dramatic effect, enough of a dramatic effect by lighting them separately. Okay, so let's start with leaf and poly. Okay, let's call this leaf. Poly light. All right. And we are going to turn off the city so we can kind of get around the scene a little better. And we're going to go like this. Leaf and poly light. Okay, I have to come out of here. So the effect I'm looking for them with them is to just come down a little bit like that. So their faces just stand out, but the rest of their body is kind of a little darker. Okay, that's one light. And then we have Tony, we have Marty and Felix light. And then, okay, this guy is going to come out, Thomas. We're going to unparent him from that. And then this is going to come out, that can go. All right, so we have Marty and Felix, and then we have, what happened to our other guy? Thomas, okay. So these are our, okay. So let's start with Marty and Felix. So we'll create another light. We're going to light them with one light. Okay, and this is going to be called Marty and Felix light. Okay, so now we're going to take and look through the Marty and Felix light. Bring it up. Out, over. This light's going to come at them like that. All right. That's the Marty and Felix light. All right, and then we're going to take our create a new light. This is going to be the Thomas light. All right, and let's look through that. Come out. We're going to light Thomas from this side here. Okay. All right, and then we add a new light, and this one's going to be, I think I might light all three of these guys with one light. Marty, and this would be Tony, Buddy, and Gregory light. I might end up having to use two lights there, but let's see if I can pull it off with one light. Now, I think I'm going to have to use two lights. We'll use this light here for these two guys. All right, and then so this is going to be Tony, Buddy. And Buddy light. And then let's one more light for Gregory. For Thomas. No, this would be Gregory. All right, so Gregory light. All right, and we're going to take this one here, bring it up, come back a little bit, and we're going to come in here like this and light Gregory. I think we're going to come out down. I don't have a lot of options with this light. So to come from behind, like this maybe. I think that will work. Give a little bit of drama into the scene. I'm not sure how these lights are going to work. All right, so now we're going to go into Iray. We have a town turned off, but let's see if we can slowly light these, put some power into these lights. Let's start first with our leaf and poly light. Okay, we're going to go a 9 there and see what happens. That's like a lot. So we'll go with 2. Okay. Let's go with making this a 9. Okay, there's 1. All right. This light, leaf and poly light, could probably come out a little bit more. And we could give this now a 1. Okay, I think that works. And then let's try the Marty and Felix light. And Marty and Felix. And let's see. Let's give them some. Let's probably do the same thing. We'll go with 1, 0. Maybe a little more. 2. Okay, that brings them up. And then we'll go to the Thomas light. And let's do the same thing. Let's just give that a 2, 0. Okay, that's a little bright for him. 1. Okay, that kind of works. Back to our camera. Let's see what these look like. You see that kind of, that's I think a better kind of lighting for these guys. It's a little bit more dramatic. Let's bring this light down though a little bit. So we'll go with 1, 8. Okay. And then let's see what we have for these guys to light these guys. All right. So we've got let's do Tony and Buddy. See, the other light just like lit everything like straight on. There was no shadows in the faces. There was no, you see what I'm saying? So it doesn't give you any drama. Okay, and even though I am lighting Leaf and Polly straight on, that's giving you a little bit more drama on their lower body where it's not as bright. Okay, so it gives a little bit of drama there also. Now we're going to go to Tony and Buddy. We can look through this light. Tony and Buddy. Let's see what we got here. Let's give them a 1. We need more than that. We'll give them a 3. All right, let's warm that one up a little bit. And then we'll go to the Gregory light. And we're going to just give him a little bit of light on the side of his face. Don't have a lot of options with this. Now these guys look pretty good here. Now that's giving them some drama in their face. And I think his head should probably twist. All right. Now it looks like his eyes, he's got some problems with his eyes. So this guy, now this is Gregory. We went to Gregory light. And we're going to give this a little bit of power. We'll go with 1.10. That's too much probably. We'll go 8. All right, let's see what that does. Back to the camera. Okay. And all right, now the Tony and Buddy light, that's got to be a little warmer. And maybe the Leaf and Polly light needs to be a little warmer. Okay, there we go. I think this kind of works. And now let's see what happens with that's a better light than our main light was, I think. So let's just put a tiny bit of a light on their lower body. So it's, well, let's see what it looks like in the scene, because that's what the whole drama thing is about. So we're going to get rid of the main light. We don't need that. I'm going to save this again with the main light off and gone. Then let's see what we have. Each character is kind of like a cameo, a frozen moment of their... It's a drama. That's what the spotlights... This is why I almost exclusively light with spotlights. All right, now we go to and turn the city back on. And let's take a look at our render settings. See what we have here. And we're going to, okay, that's 2,000. That's all good. Progressive render, we're going to 6,000. Okay, all of this got kept. Spectral rendering. What happens when we turn on caustic sampler? Does everything get blown out? It does. Okay, I'm not sure what causes that. Sometimes it works. And the spectral rendering, what happens when we do that? Okay, we lost our lights. So that didn't work. What happened to our spotlight? Did I just delete our spotlight? Okay, I think it's going to come back. All right, so we're going to, one more save here. And I think we're going to go with this. I'd like that foot down. Okay. Right foot. Okay, I got to get up close. Can't see what's happening. It's kind of like nervous looking. And I'd like it to be a little bit more sure-footed. I think I did it. Okay, bend. Okay, we got to go into filament mode. My stomach is growling. Oh yeah, that's the right. What's the right? What foot? Okay, that's the right foot. Why aren't you moving? Okay. I think we had to wait for. Okay, I'm going to turn off the city again. Oh, I can't do that. Then I can't see the ground. Okay, what if we turn off leaf and poly for a moment? And Thomas. It's just not letting me move things with Tony, Buddy, and Gregory. Okay, now let's see if we can move this. There we go. That is sure-footed. Thought I fixed these feet. You want to leave that? Okay. Save this. And we got to turn on Tony. All right. Wait until it comes back. Are you back? Yeah, you are. Tony, Buddy, and Gregory. Leaf and Polly. Thomas. Polly's blue. Okay, now Thomas, I have to turn his hair back off. Okay, that was Thomas. Where's your hair? Pixie Hair. Okay, it's this part. No, I think we need these parts on. Okay. All right, that works. Let's see what we have. Save this now. I think this is our scene. Hair remember, hair doesn't show up in filament mode. Some of it does. Some hair does, some doesn't. I probably, there's little nitpicking things that you do here in these scenes where I probably could have given them different eyebrows. They all have the same eyebrows, except for like Leaf and Polly, certain things to just make them seem like they have more character, but I didn't do it. So they all have bushy eyebrows, and that works well with all of them. But little things like that, you know, that take time to do, you want to consider, okay? All right, we are ready now to render, to try a render here. It just saved it. I'm probably going to see things in the render that I didn't see because we've been looking at a little teeny screen in the center here, and now we're going to see our world. How well did we do? Well, we shall see. The final image of my book. Now I have to assemble it into a book. See if I've done my work well. Well, are you going to show render? Or is there something? Okay. This is okay. I don't think it's going to render. No, we got a black screen, which means that I exceeded the amount of RAM, that this image is too big to render. And so what we have to do is we have to go through and delete things in the scene. Now, if I go into render settings, optimization, we got one thing we can do. We can try using speed instead. Control R and see if that recalculates everything, and it's probably going to make things worse, but it might actually let us eke by and render this. It's probably going to spit it out sooner. Yeah. It says, hell no. If it didn't work with memory, it's not going to work. Definitely not with all the instances work with speed. We got to go back to memory, okay? It's not the end of the world here. All right, what we have to do, we're going to turn off Thomas. And we're going to control alternate minus is my hotkey that I set up. We're going to turn off Leaf and Polly. So we're kind of like doing the inversion. What we've been doing normally is turning off the scene. Now we're going to, okay, we're going to put these lights into their own group. We don't need to turn them off. Okay, light group, spotlight. Spotlight group, okay? And now what we're going to do is select this scene here. And we're going to go to we're going to turn off the fog cloud. Okay. And our square light, we're not using that anymore. I believe I turned that off. We'll find out. Okay, I think I turned the square light off, but maybe it got turned back on. Perspective view. If so, I'll have to mess with it. Okay, so now we're going to take and select this. And then we're going to select something like the ground plane here. We're going to try to get closer, okay, and move in now. And we're going to, okay, so like this house right here, I don't even think this house is actually in the scene. Okay, where's our camera? See our camera? Okay, it is in the scene. What about this house? I think that's in the scene also. This one is not, I don't think. Tree instance. Large house. What happens if we hide this? Hide the large house. Okay, now let's go back to our camera. Yeah, it's a whole part of our scene missing. Z. Okay, we bring the house back. Okay, we'll go back to our perspective view. Okay, it's back. Yikes. Control L, is there a light? Okay, now we can see things. Okay, we can start deleting some of these little pieces here, these baubles that these trees are definitely not in the scene. If we can just get enough of this stuff out of here. Which it's probably not going to work. The thing is that I do have another version of this which is supposedly has less stuff in it. Now there's this. It doesn't leave us much. Okay, this tree can go. Because these trees are mostly instances. This fence can go, I think. Ground, this part of the ground. Okay. Now we take this. What if... Now see, this is all cleverly done here, this geometry. See, this is just a copy of the tree. It's like so if I were to delete half of this thing that goes around the city, it's probably not going to create a lot more. Okay, let's get rid of some of these baubles here. Let's just see if this is enough. It's probably not. What's that? And this. That's the ground. Stockings. The fence. Can we live without the fence? All right, let's try that now. Go back to our camera view. Control Alt and hit minus. What does this look like without the fence? All right, we don't need the fence. Thomas, Leaf, and Polly. The fence might be just enough. Okay, we got to turn the cloud back on. Tony and Buddy and Gregory and Marty and Felix. All right, let's save this. I can turn the fence back on if I need it, but there's a possibility we can get by without the fence. Looks like this might not be going all the way to the ground. This is part of our outer image, that circular image that goes around. Could we live without that? Maybe. So we'll see. All right. Now let's try to render this. Did that do anything? The tree has like 1,000,000 candy canes on it. I don't know either way. It doesn't seem like just deleting a few trees is going to do it, but probably not. I'm not feeling confident that this is going to work. Nope, it didn't. So just getting the fence and all. So what if we turn off this? Okay, let's go to the camera. The field in the background. Go back to the perspective view. Select this. Okay, what's that? All right, let's try that. Let's go back to the camera. Let's see what this looks like in Iray without that big BG thing in the background. All right. It's weird that it's showing up in Iray, but it won't render. That's very weird because usually it won't even show in Iray if it won't render. I could possibly turn off our fog. Okay, see, so now it's not showing up in Iray. Okay, so we're going to save this. We're going to close the scene, then open it again. See if getting it all see, now it won't even go into Iray, which is kind of weird. So okay, I have to go out of Iray, Control 9. Then we got to save it. I kind of wish this would snow instead of. I'd like to put a lot more things. This is why I kind of told NVIDIA, which the new cards that are coming out, they did bump up. At least I believe that for the 5090, that they gave us like another 10 gigs. I told them, if you don't give us more gigs than the 5090, I'm not going to buy it. And so they said, well, we better give them more gigs for the 5090. So they didn't double it like I wanted them to go to 48, but 10 more gigs, that would mean I could put some snow and I wouldn't have to worry about the extra stuff in this scene. The reason why deleting all of that stuff out didn't help was because it's just instances, okay? So they're not really loading anything in. Now, I have this same scene. It's called Optimized. So theoretically, I could just take this scene out, put the optimized scene in, and it might work, okay? They just took some of the textures down on it, which I could kind of live with that, maybe. So they just took some of the textures and lowered the resolution a bit of them. That may be what we have to do. So, all right, now we're going to, let's try to render this and just see with the background gone. No, okay, so that's not working. We have a deficit here. Okay, what happens if I turn off my fog? Sometimes it's not like the fog is just like throwing it completely over the limit. Okay, so the cloud field, okay, we turn that off and it probably will render. It's almost like something else now is occupying my memory. Just all of a sudden has come in and decided to take over a bunch of my memory. I'm not sure. Or there could be things called orphans where things, okay, so that didn't work, turning off the fog. This is just being incredibly, terribly, horribly. So we'll save this with the fog off as well. So, all right, what I'm going to do, okay, we'll close out, we'll come back in, we'll try to render it. If it doesn't work, we got to go with the optimized town. It's going to look the same, it's just going to have a little lower quality. We don't have to have like really fine wooden textures and all of this stuff in here when everything's so far away, okay? So we'll close it out. I'll just have to put the scene back in. Then I can pretty much use anything now because that's the same thing happened with the Viking village. They literally put out a scene. They sold the Viking village to us all, and even us people with the most powerful graphics cards for consumers that you can purchase, you couldn't render it. And so a couple days later, they put out the optimized. They gave us the update to the Viking village scene, which enabled us to actually use the product we had bought. So I believe that might be a similar case. I've never tried to use this. I think I just bought this. So I got it like for about $3 or $5. So, which is a massive scene. It's the Christmas village is pretty massive with 10,000 candy canes on that tree. So it's deleting objects. I have a feeling if I bring this back in, it's going to just render that there was just stuff left in the RAM, but maybe not. Maybe not. So we might have to just rebuild our city, make sure that we get the city touching their feet in the right place, and then rotate it to the right place, move it back so we can see the Santa's North Pole sign. Excuse me. And then let's see what we have here. Okay, we have to wait a moment. There we go. Daz has been doing a lot better job of cleaning up the RAM than it used to do. Okay, file. We're going to now bring in this new scene here. Create. I've been thinking of using the save program that allows you to, where it auto saves with a new name. These projects are not very big because all of the textures and all that, they're all saved in our library. So most of the stuff that's in these scenes are not saved within the file. It just saves a location where the file lives. So they're not very big, these DUF files. And so it really doesn't hurt to have this thing interrupt you every once in a while. You can set how often, maybe, even once an hour, and just save the scene with a different name so that you can go back. You have a history of when you kind of might overwrite something or do something wrong. It's a little bit involved how this all works, how the autosave function works. And I think there might even be something built into the Premiere version. And so I need to look into that, and we'll probably have a video on that. Let's see. What do I do? Now, we wait for this to load. All right. Now, it's not showing up yet, but luckily we saved it with it not being in Iray. I'd like to turn that cloud field back on, but let's see if we can get a render without it. And we're still waiting for everything to appear, I believe. Oh, okay, I might be just like so zoomed out. Oh, there it is. There's our scene, okay. And now let's render it. And if this doesn't work, we have to substitute our city. Luckily, we have that. We have an optimized version of this. I don't really like the idea of having to delete the background and delete all kinds of things out. It's probably not going to work. I would assume Daz is they got this pretty tight now, and the way they upgraded the texture compression stuff. Now I could go in maybe and clamp down on the texture compression, and we could possibly get this to work that way. Look at this. So there was something clogging up our memory here, I think. Wow. We did lose our background and all. So kind of like to now I'm noticing things. This doesn't look good here. Okay, on the suit. And it doesn't look like he's actually looking at them. He looks like he's looking behind them or something. It's something up here. His hair is back. That thing got turned back on. Okay, so we're noticing stuff. But this works. He's not looking at the camera at all, but these guys are. Okay, these guys are okay, except I don't like the way their chest looks. Okay, this has got to be kind of, should look a little more like his chest. This is messed up here. So things to do, things to do. So, and I'm probably going to end up having, we lost our background and things. Would you like to cancel this? Yes. So, I think otherwise it's kind of working. He's got to be looking at the camera, okay, and he's not, okay, so maybe we have to tilt his head. This has got to be fixed, and this looks like he has bosoms. They look, so it's got to be fixed. This is okay. That's okay. That's okay. This isn't, so that, and they look fine. Okay, they would reticulate better in you know, at 6,000 iterations. It'll look fine. Now without the background, it's okay if we have to take the background out. Okay, but I would rather not. Now, what if we turn on the fog just for the heck of it? Will it render? Is that like our culprit? Cloud. Okay, so let's try this. Or was there just something weird that happened with our products loading into the memory? Because it was, usually it won't display in Iray if it won't render. What'll happen is Iray will just keep cycling through over and over and over and over. So something happened, something that I did, something I moved, something I turned on and off that just kind of like messed things up in the memory. Because now it's like fine. Okay, with the fog on, I like it with the fog on much better. Okay, so because the ground, the ground here looks a little bit just too kind of plain to me. So, all right, so the fog kind of helps that. All right, so what we got to do is fix these things one by one. I think I'm going to start with their clothing. That's what kind of bothers me the most. So we go to Marty and Felix. Okay, we go here. We can go into filament mode. It could be going into filament mode. It's loading. It's creating all these weird textures. Every time we bring it into filament mode, I don't know. That could be, see what it's doing here? It's creating a crap load of textures. All right, so that could be it. I don't know. We're going to slowly work on this. If we have to like close it down again and bring it all back in just to do the final render, that might work as well. So let's see. Now let's go to our perspective view. Let's get up to Marty and Felix here and fix their clothes. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go with, we'll do Felix first. Or which one's which? I'm not sure. Let's see. So we've got to grab one of them anyway. We got to do their over tunic. Tool settings. Boom. We're in here. We're going to go with smoothing. Okay, it's this one here. Okay, we're going to smooth this out a little bit. Okay, and here. Okay, I'll have to pull that out a little bit. Okay, we're going to smooth this. Okay, what I'm going to do here is try and push some of this in. Like that. And like this. And pull this out. Tiny bit, like. Okay, I think that worked. And we'll pull this out a little bit here. Okay. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Oops, we pushed it back in. Okay, did that work? Okay. And we're going to take this, we're going to bring that down to 1. Enter. Pull this out. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to take this part here. We're going to go to 2. See if we can do it with 2. Pull that in a little bit. Okay. Okay. That looks like a man's chest to kind of. See how this, see the difference here when you don't kind of, the reason why is because this was made for Genesis, for the Genesis figure, and they just have a slightly different. Now we got to smoothen this area out here as well. Notice this V here. That is another issue with Genesis 9. Okay, so we're going to go here to smoothing. We'll go to, let's try 4. Okay, we're going to just smoothen this area out a little bit here, especially in there. Okay, that's the V from, because the we can't do that yet. Okay, we can do a little bit in here. Okay, and a little bit here. Okay, and then pull that out. 1 hit. All right, there. Looks okay. Now we got to switch to Felix's clothing. Felix. Save this. I think that's about the best I'm going to get that to look. And, all right. This is why you render large, so that, because it's going to show you things that you can't see in this, that you won't notice. Okay, in this other mode. Okay. This right here. Okay, and this has got to be done. Now what you can do is save these morphs so that they become part of now the underclothing, the under tunic of this other guy. Okay, I think we'll take this over tunic while we're here. Okay, we're going to take this down to 3. And let's see what happens if we just kind of pull this together. Like this. Okay, now that we've got them kind of together, now we might be able to use this and smoothen them out. Pull that together. Okay. Now I'm going to take and all right, that works. And now his undercloak. Now what I'm going to do is push this one little spot here that looks weird. Try to push that in. Okay, then we can maybe smoothen this out a little bit. Pull on it. There. Now that looks kind of right. This doesn't look right in here. We pull this out. Okay, what have we got here? It's bad enough that they kind of look like they're wearing dresses. But then to have these issues. Z. Oh, I can't do the Z. So we have to smoothen that first. Bring that down. Okay, I think I messed that up bad. All right, what am I doing here? Suddenly he has a okay, can we fix that? Okay. Now can we smoothen this out? This is about the time when you end up having to just put the clothing back on and try again. But I think it's okay now. Yep, that looks okay. It's a little bit weird, but it's okay. Now these guys are okay. Now we have this one over here with the arm. Can we do anything to fix this? I'm surprised that I thought that could actually work. All right, this is Buddy. Buddy. Thomas and Buddy. Tony and Buddy. All right, and we need Buddy's over tunic. That looks like it might fix it. All right, I think I can fix this with a little bit of, maybe this way. A little bit more there. One more little touch. Okay, I think we fixed that. That healed nicely. Okay, I forgot what else there was. Let's go back to perspective view. And I might notice it. Oh, I have to turn back off his hair. Okay, so this is, let's save this. All right, now this one is Thomas. Somewhere in here is his hair, Pixie Hair. And we go back in here and those are turned on. Okay, that's the way that's supposed to be. Let's go back to our camera. Is there something else I missed? Okay, there was the back of that. I think he looked, this all looked okay. Now that looks, see, their clothing looks fine. Looks okay. Looks a little better than it did. Save this. Now I just want to turn that background on again and see if it will still render. We have the fog on. We have everything on. So where is our scene? Okay, now it had BG in the name. Now I remember, okay, so that was in here. So if we go BG, there it is. We turn the background back on. Now we have some trees and stuff here. See if that works. Save this again. I can't remember if there was anything else. Oh, I thought the way he was looking, I'm going to turn him, twist him so he's looking more, looked like he was looking over at something over here. This guy's head, he's not looking at the, okay, so we have a couple of things left. These guys were looking at the camera. This guy's not. Okay, so we're okay. Let's go and get rid of this. Let's turn this off for a moment. Now that could be the thing that does this, turning that off and on again. Could be the thing. Okay, so we got to select his head again. And we're going to go up to parameters. Bend his head up a little more. Twist it more this way. Okay, this guy. Buddy, we're going to rotate you more this way. And him. Tony, we'll rotate you more this way as well. Okay. Now, let's see. Save this again. We should be able to do a quick render without the scene in. All right. Render. I have a feeling it's going to render. I think something was stuck in the RAM. It should render with that scene with the village turned off. There we go. Now his shirt's fine. He's kind of, I'm not sure he's looking at the camera. These guys are, their clothes look good now. It's that darn pose there. I think I might take his arm off his hip. Just to kind of take a little bit of that. Oh, I know. I think I'll just leave it. All right, I'm going to leave that. This guy's still not looking at the camera, so we got to twist him. Well, she is definitely, with those eyes, how could she not look at he's not looking at the camera either. Okay, so we got to twist them until they do. These guys are okay now. They look like they're happy. Okay, so this guy, we got to twist him. All right, we can't just twist his spine. We got to twist the whole guy. Y translate. We're going to turn him more this way. And this guy, we're going to turn him more this way. All right, let's see. Good morning, Angus, to you. I am glad it's a belated morning because that meant that you got to sleep in today. That probably means that. And it's wonderful that you did. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the last image in our saga of the Leaf and Polly and... So I think he might be looking over the camera. He's looking at the camera now, so yeah, there's something weird going on with his hair here, but I think we're going to leave it. Would you like to cancel this render? Yes. Okay, I think I have to tilt his head this way more, and maybe tilt. I'm not sure what I need to do with this guy, but all right, side to side. What if we bring his head like this? And let's just try it and see what happens. We got it rendering. Well, we don't have it rendering with the town behind him. So, yes, I hope you have had a wonderful morning, Angus. I do. Lovely day. It is a beautiful day. We have 15 degrees outside and sunny. So let's see. Is he looking at us now? I think he's looking over us. So I don't know that there's much I can do. I think if I lower his head, he'll be looking at us. I think he's looking over the camera. So we take and bend his head down. All right, let's try this. I've got to save this. I don't want to get too many saves ahead of me, or I will have to go and redo all of my little tweaks. The tweaks that we are doing, we are tweaking things. Tiny little tweaks before we do our final render of the last image of the saga of the Toy Shop Apprentice. There he is. I think that's enough. He's looking at us. And he's looking at us. He's looking a little over us, maybe a tiny bit. We could bring that down. And I'm not sure what's up with his hair, but I might chop that little piece of hair off. Okay, so what we're going to do is just bring his head down a tiny tad. Bend it. It's okay, but up this way. All right, I think that's probably going to be better. And now what's going on with your hair? We've got a hair malfunction. Let's save this. 33 degrees. Wow, you got a warm one for today. We had it started out with it down at like 5 degrees, I think, this morning. Okay, what's going on with your hair? I think I'm going to, instead of chopping it off, I'll just move it. What's going on with the hair here? Okay, we got the hair sticking way out or something here. We could just push that in a little bit. All right, it just does look like it's kind of sticking out. Which guy is this? This is our Marty. Okay, and Marty's hair is right here. Sailor's Life hair, Ripley Hair. Okay, and then we go into our tool settings, Geometry Sculptor. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, there it is. It's a piece of hair there or something. Okay. Oh, I think we got to go into this one. Yep, we do. We're going to make this a little smaller. We'll go down to 2. Now, this is, we have to be real careful with this. All right. I think we pushed that in. All right. He's got beautiful hair, but it's just okay. I don't want to. You can't undo this, remember, people. So you have to kind of get it right. You have to get the right part. We're going to end up with a big bald spot there if I do it wrong. All right, let's take a look at this in Iray. Okay, the hair's gone. And the hair's gone there. All right, we did it. I don't know if it's perfect from all angles. Now, speaking of that, while we're over here, this hand, I'd like to snug that onto his shoulder a little better. So we can do that if we bring the right thumb one up a little bit. Like that. We can, because you see the shadow under it, it just doesn't look quite right. Then bend it. Okay, I think I just threw it all off. Let's see. Okay. I guess not. Let's see now. Let's. Okay, we can do this in texture shaded, I think. All right, we did something wrong here. Okay, undo that. All right. We can take the thumb, now just bend that down a little bit more. Okay. And now we go back to our camera view. Save this. And then we have to turn the town back on. And if it renders, we're done. So I do have to render this scene at 15K, which it may not let me do that, which might mean that I could end up having to take the city and the town and making it the optimized town. Okay, so Control Alternate minus. And what's this? This is our town. Let's turn it back on. And render for me, please. Will it work? I'm probably going to have some more nitpicking, but I don't know. I kind of think I might have nabbed all of the little problems that I thought I saw we had. Is it going to render? I am having some strawberry raspberry tea today. And it is very delicious. No, it's not going to render. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to save this as, okay, I just saved it anyway, so we're going to save as, well, I'm going to make sure. And we are going to put in the other town, okay? The optimized town. I mean, I am trying to do this massive town with a tree with 1,000 candy canes on it. And we're trying to do this with, okay, file. Okay, so let's delete the city. Okay, I don't know if that worked. And this is X. It's XIFCV, whatever that means. Village, something, Christmas Village. F Christmas Village. Okay, delete. Now we'll try this again. Delete the Christmas Village. Okay, of course I'm going to try to get away with not using the optimized one. Village. Here it is. Environment. See this one where it says optimized? Okay, tell me that they took a few things out. All right. I hope we have the North Pole sign. Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay, what we got to do is save this. Scene. Leafs. Village. 2. I hope they have the Santa sign, hope they didn't take the North Pole sign out. But that's a separate prop. I think I can add it if I need it. That was a nice little touch. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go into filament mode. And we have to move our village. Z, translate. Okay. And do we have a Santa sign? No, it looks like they took our Santa sign away. We have this one, but okay. Now what we do is we rotate this, Y rotate, so that our tree, X translate, so that our tree is over there. Okay, that's about where it was. And we have to translate it down because they're all standing. Now I have to turn off the cloud field so I can see their feet. Okay, back to here. Y translate. This should all work. Oops. Oopsie doops. Okay, let's try that. And save this. I hope that I didn't lose like all the candy canes. Now that looks like they moved the North Pole thing down here. Okay? Which is okay, I guess. Render. Oh, we got to turn back on our fog. We might as well see if everything works. Save this. The only thing we changed was the village. We just took the other one out from under it. I think this one's going to be substantially smaller. Nope. It doesn't work. Okay. What are we going to do? All right. How about if we try to use, okay, I don't think that's going to work either. I was going to like like a scene optimizer. I have not had breakfast, and and when I do that, I get croupy. Okay. Now, what are we going to take out? What if we take out the fog? Start with that. All right, render this. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, close it down, reopen it, and maybe there are things, maybe this scene just isn't good at taking things out of. Hello, unknown robot, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are trying to get our final scene to render here. And I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to do it. They moved our North Pole sign down there. And also I have this this background. Welcome. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Friend. BG, there it is. I don't think I wanted to do that. I want to be able to select these things. Okay, the background. We want to bring the background up. Why? See, the background is this way background thing. I want to bring that up so that it looks like there's a little bit bigger of a background. Just adds a little bit more depth into the scene. Okay, what are we going to do here? How are we going to make this work? Okay, there's a possibility. Well, okay, I could take I think my HDRI here that I'm using is a huge one. Okay, so, all right, that's one possibility of just lowering the HDRI that I'm using. Parameters. Okay, this one is what? How many K is that? 8K HDRI. So, gosh, I really don't want to do that. So, what can we do? What else can we do? The street lights. Do we need the street lights now? Okay, what I'm going to do, save this. So I just saved this. So we have a couple of options. I could do this with a 4K HDRI. That might help. Is one of my guys gone? Yeah, one of my guys is gone. I've deleted one of my figures. So I don't know when I did this, but I have to go back through this until we get our figure back. It's probably way in the beginning here before I put the village in. Well, see? Okay, this doesn't work. All right, we got to keep, I bet he'll come back. You'd think it would have rendered with one less figure in here. And so that's a whole gig. That was less. There is another possibility that I could move the tree a little closer. And then I could cut out a few of the houses. I think it's going to try to bring him back. I think that's what it's trying to do now. Now that's the thing is if I had a figure sitting in the memory, in the undo memory, that could have possibly caused a problem. Z. There he is. He's back. Oh, that's the old town. Okay. In a way, I think I'm going to try to use this old town here because I don't think it was that much more optimized. Our North Pole sign is here. Okay. Now, the other option. Okay. Now look at what I'm seeing here. The way this is set up, I could get rid of these houses on the side here. If I just pull this over a little bit, control. Okay, so we're going to save this just the way it is here. I don't think I did any editing on our figures. So if I just pull this all over a little bit more, we could just get rid of these houses. That may be enough. It may not, because a lot of the things in the houses may be instanced. So sometimes deleting houses and deleting props and stuff doesn't do anything because that one instance that it's got to load into your RAM is still there. I don't think I have to do anything. I think I just have to zoom out, okay, from this into the perspective view. And okay, the hand was all done. That was the last thing I did. That's why I had him selected, and then I deleted that. Okay, so the hair was done. Okay, so we go back to our scene here, and we go to this. And we select this small piece of land here. Then we go in more. And then we try to move in. Oh, gosh. Let's select the house. Something here. Let's try that. That didn't work. A right ear. There it is. That'll bring us in. Okay, this house can go. Delete that. Delete these things here. And this house can go. And all of the Christmas lights could go too. Hanging lights. Did that do all the lights in the scene? I think it did. Z. Yeah, so we can't do the lights. All right, let's go back to our camera and see if we notice anything. No, I don't see anything. There was this little side of the house there. Save this. Now that house, those houses that were over there could have been just copies of these houses. So that could be bad. So we'll see. And when I deleted the houses, I wonder if I deleted the fence that was there, which is okay, I guess. And all right, render this for me, please. Those houses were taking up a huge amount of. Are they individual houses or are they? Now, usually it isn't going to. Let's see. I don't want to make any assumptions. I think we're going to be. Nope. See, it's not. What's happened, I think, is something is in the RAM. Okay, so we have to close this out. This is going to let me render this. With those houses gone, it should. So, all right, so what we're going to do is turn back. We're going to make sure, okay, maybe it's because I'm in this filament. Will it even let me go into Iray? If it does, then something really weird is happening. I think it might be Filament doing this. We can tell if it just keeps going back and forth and back. If it keeps on a loop, then there's something stuck in the memory. This particular village has something that when you or I don't know what it is. It just doesn't clear itself out of the see. So that's three times through. So it's going to be stuck in this loop. But I have a feeling it's going to work. I want to turn back on the... Yes, so this isn't going to work. Control 9. Okay, at least Daz is working well. Okay, so now what we're going to do is find our... We haven't done anything serious. Control alternate minus. We're going to turn our cloud back on here. Turn it off and back on. Save this scene, because this is the scene. It's ready to render. All of these guys are in their place. They all look right. What is that behind his head? I think it's just the way his hair is looking in... we'll find out. So if I close this out, this scene out, okay, clearing the scene, and bring it in. As long as I don't go into filament mode, I think we'll be okay, because I think filament mode is creating a whole bunch of images. I think we'll be able to render this. With those houses gone, you would think so. But most of the stuff, most of the images, like the shingles and all that, are all images that are already being used in the other houses. So there's a possibility that I could get it to render by lowering the resolution of my HDRI. That'll give us maybe a half a gig or something. Deleting objects in the scene. So this is Leafs Village 2. So I think we've just got a little bit more to go. I hope you are all having a wonderful day. We have had, I don't know who's, Angus is probably still here. We had Art here earlier. He had to go out and do things. Or stay in and do things, I'm not sure, but we had and Cherry here, and Angus, and Unknown Robot. I hope you are all having a wonderful, wonderful day. Yes, indeed. So, here we go. We got to wait a moment for it to kind of settle things down. All right. Still not ready. Okay, we're going to wait a moment. Again, another moment. Okay, there we go. So it apparently has cleared out the... Serenity's Gate. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Now, as you will notice, I have left a link here. If I could get any of you people to this is a link to copy to my December gallery. If I could get you all to stop into the gallery and leave some likes on my on this series of images, I would appreciate it very much. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Serenities. These are new images. Some of them are new. I put a couple out one out yesterday. So yes. So there I put 3 more images out in the last 4 more images out in the last few days. So, yeah, and this is the last image of the book. So, that I'm working on currently. So, yes, it is the 23rd of December today. So, I wanted to get the last image out before Christmas Day. So we shall see. Can we do it? So it's certainly being difficult. The textures in this image are quite quite extensive. This is a massive amount of work that went into this, just this one scene that I think I paid about $5 for. I don't even think I paid that. So this is a massive, massive scene. This Christmas village, somebody put, I would say a group of people did this. So, because this is just so massive, it seems like it's a group effort. So we should, now it should come in with my camera view. That's, I think, where I saved it, was on the camera view. So I'm just going to click render and see what happens. And if it doesn't render, we will try to switch out. Luckily, I have this same HDRI as a 4K image. Now, if you ever have an HDRI that is too, that's like 24K or something, it's just ridiculous, and you really are set on using that HDRI, you can load that into Photoshop. You can change the resolution and then save it. Photoshop will save that image as an HDRI, but with a smaller resolution, and it will still stretch around the sky the same way. It will just be a little more pixelated. So, all right, this is all here. Now, is it going to switch to my camera view? Is everybody going to be in the image? We don't have anyone missing. It's like, what happened to Felix? All right, so let's see what we have now. All right, we're just going to give it a moment to kind of settle and think. And then we're going to click render. It should render, okay? I have a feeling something in this scene is not clearing out of the memory, and it may have something to do with Filament creating all those files. Because Filament has to render the image as well. So Filament is great to use when you are trying to align things like to the floor when the scene is too dark in texture shaded mode. But it could be adding a ton of files into your, see, there's the render right there. Everything is rendering. So I think it's Filament that's doing this. Okay, so that's my image. It's done. We're just going to let this render, and that's going to be it. So, yeah. And the little pieces of hair are gone from the side of his head. All right. So I don't see anything, any Masonic symbols, hand gestures. Or, I don't know. There's so many big hands in this video. You have to watch out that you're not saying something in a different language, It's like it would be hello or save us in hand gestures. So Polly's hand isn't going through her dress, and Leaf's hand is, well, I don't know where. I'm not going to say where his hand is. So, yeah. So I think we've got it. This is the last image of our, this is the last image of the series, the North Pole. So I'm going to let this render to 6,000 iterations. I would like to I have to render this at 15K. So I'll hang around while this renders, because it should only take maybe, about maybe 10 minutes to render. It's not even going to take that. We're already up to 1,500 iterations. So probably about another 4 or 5 minutes will take us up to 6,000, I think. It's been 2 minutes to get to almost 2,000. So every 2 minutes, well, it's maybe 3 minutes. So it'll be 2,000 every 3 minutes. So it'll be probably about 6 more minutes, and we will be at, yeah, it's about 3 minutes every 2,000. So we need another 4,000 to finish this off. You can see there's a lot of pixelation in their face. So 2,000 is not enough for this image. It's going to require at least, you know what? I don't think my spotlight is on them very well, but that's okay. I think their faces need to be brighter in this. So, but I think it works. I think I'm just going to leave this, all right, and see what happens. Because if their faces don't in 6,000, we're almost up to 3,000. If her face, it doesn't, I'm going to have to put more light on them. So, because their faces are just not, I don't know what is causing that. So, I think it's just too dark for what the scene wants. These lights are really kind of overblown. I don't even know what that says there. The lights in the scene are kind of a little bit bright, but I think I'm going to leave them. There's some kind of miracle, baby Jesus miracle going on inside there, I think. I don't know. Yeah. We're at 4,000 and their faces still aren't. So I have to give them more light on their face. Okay, so we just got to take their spotlight that's on them. And I think it's this one here. This is the leaf and poly light. And we'll just give them another, maybe 3. Okay, let's see what happens. Save this. Is it going to let us go back into a rendering mode or what? They're supposed to be the stars of the centerpiece of the image, so they should be a little bit, kind of stand out a bit maybe. All right, let's see. Will it let us go back into Iray again? All we did was change the parameter of a light. So come on, you can do it. I know you can do it. So that's something to think about, that when you use filament, that there it is, so that it may actually be there. Now they're lit up. Their faces will reticulate now. That's much better for them. That's much nicer, much more dramatic. So yeah, that works, and it kind of makes her hand stand out a little bit more. And yeah. Will their faces reticulate? I think they will. Once we hit like 6,000 iterations, it should reticulate. Look how beautiful this backyard kind of little mountains and stuff. It's Leaf's Village. Welcome, North Pole. Can't really read this right here. So, I can't really read that either. Something, hotel maybe. So this is nice. I'm not. I think the reason why this is happening is because there are so many different lights in the scene, and I wish that Iray and Daz that they would kind of standardize the lights, because the lights seem that some of these lights just don't work, just like fog. Like sometimes you can't use like a VDB in the same scene with some of the older kinds of algorithmic fogs. And so that's kind of the way some of the lights are. They just don't work well together in a scene. And everything, it's weird that it's fine on all these guys. Their lights just look fine, but what's up with them? Why is their skin like that? And I believe that these guys have PBR. These are all Genesis 9 figures. They all have PBR skin. They have PBR skin. What's causing that? I have no idea what's going on with that light. Why that's happening. So, but where are we at? We're probably up to 2,000 already. Yeah, we're up to over 2,000. So we're almost half. So it's going to just have to work, I guess. There's obviously some kind of lighting thing happening here. Now I'm wondering if I have what my render settings are doing and all. Did I turn off the ground? See, I'm just wondering if I've got some other kind of light in here or hidden in the scene that I don't see here. So yeah, these guys they got some character. Yeah, they do. These guys look a lot alike. So, but they're different in their own way. I probably should have given him different hair so that he wouldn't look so much like. So there. Now, could I add more hair to this? I don't think I could add another set of hair to this scene. So we're up to 4,000. Okay, so we have another 1,500 left to go. Maybe their faces will reticulate within that amount of time. Everything looks fine except their faces, their skin texture. And it's both of their skins. I don't know what it is about them that's causing that. Any ideas, people, why? It is a light thing. It is a light. And the thing is they're taller, but why isn't it doing it on why is it only their skin? Why isn't it with their hat? See, it's just these little speckles on their skin. It's like their skin is some other kind of language. It's just a different language, and it doesn't know how to interpret that language. Now, there's a possibility it could fix if I go into here, because it's about ready to get done now. It's going to go up to 6,000. If I just let it render to like 16,000, it might work, So that's a possibility. So it's done. All right, we're going to save this just in case this is the last time it lets me render this scene. Okay, so we're going to save this as Leaf's Village. All right. L-E. I don't know that it's going to let me put, okay. Leafs Village, and this is 2. We'll call it Leafs Village 2. That's what the image is, the thing is called. All right, let's take a look at our render settings and see if there's something weird going on here. Still image, Leafs Village, auto ham. Okay, all right, we don't. All right, let's turn this off. Never. Auto headlamp, never right now. Post process, okay, because I could have like something coming from the lamp. I don't know why it wouldn't do that with all these. Now the camera, let's look at our camera thing, focal distance. I'm not sure. Okay, that wouldn't have any effect on this because we have depth of field off. I don't think that would. Render quality enabled. None of that would do this. Okay, alpha. Optimization. Low memory auto. Okay. Optimization. Caustic sampler. Okay. Filtering. Firefly, okay, I usually keep that on. I don't use the denoiser. All right, off, white mode, okay, tone mapping, none of this has been edited. Now our environment options, parameters. Draw ground is off. Ground, it doesn't matter because the ground is off. Environment map, draw dome, infinite sphere. Okay, and these are just coordinates, so nothing here looks amiss. So now the lights, let's see, cloud field. Could it be the cloud field that's doing this? The tone mapper, the camera. None of this, okay, seems like, okay, it could be the cloud field messing with the light's ability to work. So if we just turn off the cloud field, what happens when we render? It's I don't know, every time I make a scene there's always I'm always looking for something to make the scene look more. Let's see what happens here. I'm kind of liking that now without the cloud field anyway. But all right, I think the only way that I'm going to fix this, what if we take the lights in the scene, some of these lights, what if I turn off the street lights or hide the street lights, okay? Because it could be just them. The street lights are creating this, are interfering with, okay? So would you like to cancel this? I think we could do without the street lights and there would still be enough. We have lights on each of our figures and we have... so those are the lights that are in the closest proximity of. So if we go into this, we'll select that, but we're going to go into just lights and see what comes up here. This is going to be street lights. Okay, so we have these street light instances. We have tree lights. We don't need. Okay, so what if we take these and hide them all? All right, now let's go back and render. Those street lights have kind of bothered me from the very beginning when I put the scene in. They just didn't seem to fit. It could be. There's something about the skin that's just, and it's only on them, it seems. That could be it. I don't really understand the specularity on the skin, but that's probably okay. So I like the scene without the streetlights better anyway right now. But you see, there's just it feels like I need debris or something on the road, or a little snow. It seems as though now that I'm looking at, I am seeing a little bit of that same thing happening. So it seems as though all of the skin is having this issue. Yeah, I'd like to have some snow might help. That might be the thing but you know, they're kind of dressed like for summer. They're definitely warm-blooded. So, yeah, I think this will work right here if I let it go. But I think the idea of snow, a little bit of snow wouldn't hurt, some flurries of snow. I think you're right about that Serenity's Gate. It might be the thing to just add that little bit of realism to it that I'm looking for, because I thought the fog might do it on the ground, the little cloud of fog. So I think these street lights can just go. I don't really like them. They're too modern kind of looking. They're going to go anyway, okay? So the street lights are gone. We're going to save the scene without them. They're nice. They would probably work very well in a lot of different scenes. They're nice things to jump over into other scenes. So you know, the changing the skin, the specularity in the skin, that one's kind of scaring me because I'm not really good at that. So I have to look up specularity and find out more about that before I would be willing to do that. All right, because so but I think you probably, that is probably what it is. It has to do with the skin settings, and it's a setting that I'm not familiar with setting, and that's where it would and I think you are probably exactly what it is. So now, what if we turned on the spectral rendering, okay, and we set it to this natural? What happens if we do that and then we do a quick render here? Because that's supposed to change the palette of the RGB into a more natural, like wider spectral palette. I like to throw that on a lot. It may not render with that on because I believe it does use more resources, expanding the palette, the RGB palette of the scene. But let's see what happens. It looks okay. No, I think it's just as bad. And I think what's happening is now the light's hitting their face and bouncing back and forth off of each other. If you notice, one of her eyes is like really bright. I think it's yeah, so it just kind of took the color out of it's doing some reflective back and forth stuff here. So I don't think that's going to work. So, all right, let's try the snow. Let's see if we can add even more stuff to this. Let's see what we can find for snow. Now, these things, I really wish I was more, I wish I knew even these. I wish I knew. See, this Let It Snow, this product right here is making me think about something that this is a pretty cool product here, and I've used this before. Snow 5 Iray. Let's try it. Okay, my mouse is... I think my battery just died in my mouse. What a time. Oh, nope. This may be, you know, part of what's going on here. So my computer just crashed. And this is the second time today it's crashed. It's like, Microsoft, would you like to update my operating system again? So I think some of these people who like go and move up into the hills and never update their system, I don't know. I don't think you can get away with that anymore. The only way to get away with that is to work with Linux. And I believe Daz Studio does work with Linux. And I think the NVIDIA graphics card also will work with Linux. So it is something to think about. If I had like lots of money, I'd probably have other testbed systems that I could just a blue Christmas. Yes. Yes, it's going to be a blue Christmas whether if we like it or not. Yep. That's funny. Welcome, Leo. Your sense of humor is just completely matching my own today. I think I can type this in. Yes. We are having a blue Christmas today. So, I'm not sure what caused that. All right, so we close this down. Let's turn off a few of these things. Quit the product portal there. What else can we turn off? We can turn off our EA Games thing. I feel like playing a game today. I just can't. I have too much stuff in my life to do. I have too much work to do. So I'm not allowed to play games right now. We'll close Skype. We're going to quit Skype. If anyone tries to Skype me, they can call. If I forget to turn it back on, we'll close Open Drive. And where's I know I have EA. I don't think I need this quick sticky note thing here. And I know EA Games is going to try to load, or one of those game things. Where I don't have Steam loading. We can close this AI suite. Maybe these things are conflicting with things. All right, so we open Daz again. We'll see how this works. That's funny. That Blue Christmas is going to make me chuckle all day. Yep. I had a dream last night that I like caught a cold. I woke up this morning, it's like, no, I don't have a cold. That's weird. Why my brain just wanted to tell me remember what it was like when you had a cold? Why would my brain need to remind me of that? It's like don't go outside today and you won't catch a cold. So yeah, it's that time of year that my brain has just decided that it's time for him to remember what it's like to have the flu. Yep. So I'm not sure that I needed that. I'm not sure that I understand the reasoning behind that. So, not sure that my brain is really all that there right now. So, yeah. Usually when I have a dream, it's like my brain must know what it's doing. My unconscious is much smarter than me. But there are times when I wonder, is it just completely, abstract? So, but I did sleep well. I slept for a long time. It's like my body just says, you're going to have this flu dream for hours, trying to get away from the flu. Yeah. So I would say that this probably, if there was ever a scene that was going to use a lot of my RAM and a lot of my system resources, it would be this one, this scene, or these scenes with 8 figures in it. Okay, we have 8 figures, and if it's going to heat up my graphics, my CPU, it would be this. Okay, because Daz does use a lot of your CPU. Also for the viewport. Okay, so if it's going to overtax my processor, this would be the scene to do it. And so I've really kind of pushed this scene to the limits of my graphics card. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just like I gotta have elves, and I don't want billboard elves. I would like to have elves, but if I end up having to turn these elves into billboards, that's not going to be fun. So let's see now. It looks like it's coming up. So we were about ready. I thought my mouse, I said, oh, my mouse battery has died because I can't move my mouse. You can see the kind of thought process going on. And it's like, no. Now, did I save that with the spotlight up more? Okay, did I turn off? Did I save it after I was messing with render settings, remember? And spectral rendering. Okay, that's off. Okay, so that's all I kind of worry about. The street lights are gone. Okay, so this all seems to look right. Now let's go back and find some snow. Default snow. It'd be nice to have some of those really kind of decorative snowflakes in the foreground, not just like blurs of snow, but kind Christmassy snow. And that's what this is. This is the Let It Snow thing. Okay, this is Iray. Snow. Oh, these are animation snow. So do I need animated snow, or let's just try and put it in. We're just going to do a single frame snow. Let's see. Prop. They're at 0, so if it's going to show us some snow, I would think it would be here. What did I just do? Add snow to Thomas. Where did the snow go? Morphing Snow. The Morphing Snow. I see something back here. Let's see what this looks like in Iray. Iray. Ooh, the Morphing Snow. Let's see what we've got. It's going to say, no, you have just placed too many items in the scene. Okay, well, this snow has got to be... Something's got to be done with it. Okay, so I don't care for that snow. Let's try this one here. These are all Iray. Hello, Chaotic Diavel. Welcome, my friend. Makes fun of me because I got 128 gigs of RAM just to be safe. 128 gigs is not too much, and not in my opinion. I have only got 96. Maybe these flakes will be a little bit bigger. Animation. Okay. What if we move them a little closer to the camera? Or maybe we can, snow one, we select the more, oh, we have 2 morphing snows. 3, okay, that decided that we needed to have 3 of them in the scene. Okay, we just need, I thought I undid that. All right, so, animation, glass Iray, frost. Oh, these are... I wonder what would happen if I put these shaders. I would love to put this on the ground. I don't think it will put it on like that. What would happen? I don't really like these tire tracks. It's like... Yeah, that's an idea. Body parts which are hidden by clothing. Yes, that is an idea also. I also have I can lower, this is an 8K HDRI. I have the same HDRI in 4K. All right, what if we take this ground, we go to surfaces, select the ground. Let's do some funky stuff with this. Let's try this snow thing on the ground. Oh my gosh. Well, that's snow all right. It put snow everywhere, every part of the ground. Okay, Z, what if we just try and select the road part? Let's see. The ground. Which one is this? Okay. We just try and find the road. Oh, it's like in fragments. I guess it would be this piece, maybe. Let's try that ground. What happens? No, I think I might... Okay, Z, I think that completely just obliterated. What would be nice would be to... I think the ground is fine. I think we're going to try it and get some snow in this scene. Control-Alternate-minus is my hotkey to do all that. Let's just try some of this snowflakes. Okay, these are star shapes. Those are materials. Okay, these are materials for the snow pattern. Okay. Let's try this prop here. I think this is putting two morphing snows in. Okay. And it looks like my lights are really kind of... Now let's try this morphing snow. Let's try putting some of these patterns on them. Okay, that's all right. What about this one? We might have to go to shaping. Okay, that's selected. Oh, looks fall gravity. Look at this partial. Distance disperse, wind, snowfall gravity. Okay. And they have to make it hard on purpose, you know. So those are some bigger pieces. Okay, look, now that's the kind of snow we're looking for, I think. Maybe this one, stylized. These are special kinds of snow. What if we try to move one of these morphing snow closer to the camera? Hopefully they don't get, like, washed out by our lights. So, all right, I need to look at this from the side. Perspective. Let's see what this snow... Why is that so huge? Look how far that goes down to, like, infinity. This demorphing snow. Demorphing snow. All right, how do I do this? How about this one? That's big too. These are like huge. All right. How do we size them? Parameters. Okay. It's all gravity. Oh, that may be the gravity field or something. I don't know. Fall partial. How do we resize this? Scale it. All right. I wanted to just move this closer to the camera. I'm asking too much of it. Move one of them closer. All right, let's see if that works. If it gives us some big flakes. This is over my head as well. Camera. Okay, they gave us some cameras here. Camera 2, 1. Well, that doesn't really make the snow make that work that well. That's kind of a nice angle, though. We get to see leaf looking right into the camera. Camera 2. Okay, camera 1 and camera 2. Okay, I'm not sure that. And this is our perspective view and our main camera here. I could just turn them if I want him looking into the camera. So what if we do turn that? I kind of like that look of leaf looking into the camera. All right, let's go this way. All right, Y translate. That's kind of nice. And then X translate. Let's see what we've got. In his menacing way. Manipulative. Maybe not. I'm just looking. I'm not looking. Okay, I think that kind of works there. All right. I think we're going to leave that just by a lucky little accident. That kind of that works. And all right. So now the snow, we have snow. It's just not big like I kind of thought it would be. Now, what if I just try scaling the snow, all right, and moving it, changing those boxes into things that I want. All right, so let's turn one of them off so we can see what the other one's doing. Oh, this put in 3. We have 3 different snows here. Let's go here and take a look at this perspective view on this one. Okay, let's turn that one off. So this puts 3 different snow. I kind of like the idea of having these different kind of snow patterns. But what if we scale this now? All right, scale it this way. All right, we're in Iray. We've got to go out of Iray. Okay. And now it's not showing the snow. All right, but it is showing us our our box here. So we go, and how far down is that going? Way down. Why is that so huge? Like, why the snowfield so huge? Why does it have to fall so far, you know? Okay, so we go to Y scale. All right, something a little bit more like a snow cube that's more reasonable here. Okay, and now let's go back to our camera and see. I don't need those other cameras here. All right, so we're going to get rid of these other cameras. We have our own camera. Okay, now this is our Morphing Snow. This is, now let's go. I may have pushed this one out beyond our camera view, so let's get down here and see if this is okay. Yeah, I did. I did push it beyond the camera. So let's bring that in like this. Now we're somewhere within the field of it. The snow just isn't showing in Iray, I don't think, in texture shaded mode. Maybe I have to put snow on it. Selected a snowflake pattern. All right, I'm seeing snow, but it's not very much. Maybe I have to actually like animate it for it to start to fall, you know? Okay, so let's see if we move this down. All right, this looks, oh, those are the stars in the sky, so those are not snow. Okay, what if we animate the snow? Let's try. Okay, what I'm going to do is we're going to save this as Leafs Village, and then we'll save it as Leafs Village 3 and see what happens when we animate the snow. Now I'm wondering if these snows are like different layers, like far away snow, mid snow, you know, foreground snow kind of thing. That's what's, and that's why they come with cameras, so that everything has to be kind of set up to the snow. Why did it come with 2 cameras is a question. Or maybe those cameras were put in when I put some of the other snows and didn't realize they were there, and I took them out. So now it looks like their skin is starting to reticulate, actually. So there's something weird happening now. It seems as though whatever it was that was kind of messing up, maybe it was the angle that they were at. So I'm going to turn her head, tilt her head a little bit this way. Okay, save that. And okay, decisions. This is there are like so many decisions to make in this. Control alternate minus. Okay, the Morphing Snow. I'm not even seeing it like stick beyond here. You'd think that I would see. Okay, so we go to, all right, timeline. So we save this file, save as. So I don't mess it up, because once I add animation, I hate having like frames that like I have to be at frame 30 or something. Okay, but let's see now. File. Okay, Leafs. LE. Leafs Village. Let's see if we can get some big snowflakes. Okay, cancel. No. All right. It's got to be Leafs 3. All right. Accept. Okay, because that's the way particle fields are a lot of times, is they the only way to get them to actually start. Well, I don't know why the other ones looked like they actually had snow. Oh, that kind of makes sense now. I'm thinking about, because that's why they're so long, is because you want it to keep snowing and snowing and snowing and snowing and snowing and snowing, you see? So if it's really long like that, it can keep snowing and snowing almost like indefinitely. So that's why they're probably long like that. So let's take these out. Let's put the snow back in. We'll say these ones look like they're kind of bigger. So let's see what happens when we do that. It's going to put some cameras back in. Okay, so it puts one camera in. This one put 4 snow fields. All right, let's try turning them all off except for one. Now, let's see if we can see this in Iray. Our figures are right at the center of the scenes. Okay, so this is kind of like... Did that just like suddenly appear? Because that's kind of weird. Maybe it takes a while for them to show. So this shows that there's already snow kind of coming out. So let's go to this one, see what this looks like. Morphing Snow 3. All right, this is a wider snow field. Okay. And this one is, one of them might have bigger snowflakes. Okay, that seems like it's a wider field as well. Is one of these up close? I just kind of want a few, like, okay, that's a middle snow field, like a center one, so we don't want that. So I think we'll go with it. So it doesn't have to have. All right, we'll go with this snow field. This is the one I'm kind of liking the most. And what happens if we change this to big flakes? Okay, these are, looks like they changes the color of the field, of the snow, like to blue or green, I guess. I'm not sure. Snowflake array. Okay, let's turn this off and try putting this snowflake array in here. Maybe this isn't the animated one. And what if we change those now to big flakes? All right, let's take a look at this from the side perspective. Oh, that's a snowflake array. All right, and it's, why is it way in the wrong place? Oh, maybe they've got to fall. That's strange. Let's try animating some of this stuff. Look at this. Morphing Snow. Okay. Let's click play and see what happens. Eve, welcome, Eve. We are making snow today. Snow. This is Snow World. Okay, that's not showing us anything, and it's probably going to all disappear in texture shaded mode. Where's our array? It looks like you can still see the array a little bit, so maybe it might show us something here. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, so when I do, same here. Unless you got a nice 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive vehicle, then it's okay, I guess, sometimes. It's almost like never okay, really. So, all right, this isn't working. All right, let's take the Morphing Snow out. All right, let's enter, delete. Let's try turning one of these on and see if we can get some snow out of this thing. All right, now let's go back to our camera view. All right, that took us like way far away here. Let's go back to Leaf and Poly. All right, and see if now this is one of the Morphing Snow. All right, this was the center snow, was it? Which one was the one I liked? I think it was this one. This gave us a wide array of snow. Let's see what happens. All right, let's put some of these big snowflakes on that one. So we are trying, I have used this product before. All right, there's snow moving around here. But the problem is the flakes are so small. Let's see what they look like in Iray. Let's pick a spot. I mean, I have other snow, but I kind of wanted these articulated snowflakes. So we can maybe get at least a few of them up in front of the camera. I have done this before and gotten it to work, and I just forgot how I did it. So look, what are these now? Terrain, light top layer, shaders, star-shaped snow patterns, snow array map preset. Okay, those are the difference. Okay, these are snow array map presets. That's what they are as well. Okay. All right, now is there a way, there's one of these has got to be size. Oh, here we go. I think this would be size. Okay. No, that doesn't be. Okay. Well, it's falling snow, but flake array. Let's try this one. Snowflake array. I think that's for the other product. Snow-capped mountains. Those are snow. Okay, these are the props. Animation presets. Okay, I just thought of something now. All right, so let's go to the perspective view again. Oh, we are in the perspective view. Let's go and try and move this back. Let's go to 0. And parameters. Z translate this. Let's move this closer to the camera. And if we can get it closer to the camera, we might get some large flakes. Look at that. I think we're getting something here. Okay. Now we play. No, it's not working the way I kind of anticipated it to work. I have other snow, but this was kind of something that I was hoping would give me. All right, let's go back to this pattern. All right, what if we go into parameters and see if there are some size parameters? Gravity, okay. Fall partial, snow disperse. Snowflake scale. There we go. I think we got something going on here. Okay, now I think my lights are hitting the snow, so we would have to go into the surfaces of the snow, and we'd have to glossy color, take that down a bit, maybe a little more. Glossy color. And the base color, take that. Okay, where's the trans? Okay, do these have, they have an emission. Okay, so we have to turn the emission down to like 1. Oh, look at this now. It's starting to, okay, other than having them right in her face. Luminance. Cut out. Oh, look at that. That brought that down kind of in a... So what we need is to move this closer to the camera now also. So parameters, we go Z again. Z translate. Now I'm at a certain place in the scene. If I... Okay. All right, these are kind of looking pretty. So Z, can I actually see these things? All right, now you can. Well, look at them. There are like millions of them in the sky. So I know you're all going to rush out now and buy this Morphing Snow product because it's really cool. Look at it. Now we go back to the surfaces, all right, and we can take and bring the emission up a little bit more. And this is kind of nice right here. And we could bring the emission up a tiny bit more. Where is that? Emission temperature. Okay, what happened? This was higher than that. Luminance, what did I do? All right, let's go to 1.5. Okay, that's a little high, so we'll go to 9. Crash. Close. Well, I kind of know what I'm doing now. So everything is just fighting me. It's like, you're not going to do this. No. That's too nice for you. All right, so Okay, we're going to try again. We're going to count to 10. See if Daz will let us back in. So, yes, will they? I might as well charge my phone just in case I need it. I hope it hasn't been turned off. I am expecting some very, very important phone calls. I am. And where are we? Okay, reorient myself. Here we go. We got to go back here. Create. And have another sip of my tea. I've got to do 500 strokes on the rowing machine today. Yesterday I didn't row. I took a day off from rowing. So today we must row. Row, row, row your boat. Okay, come back to me scene. Did I save that? I don't think I saved it with the snowflakes in it. I did save it with Leaf, so I think I did save it with him turned and looking at the camera. But that may have been before but now we know how to make that we can just go in and morph the snowflakes larger. This is why that you have several different layers of snowflakes. Some of them are going to be the small snowflakes that you want in the back. And some of them are going to be the large ones that you want up close in the camera. So these are going to be pretty. I don't want too much snow because it doesn't look like there's much snow on the ground. And that is another reason. That's a reason why not to have it really like mega snowing. Just have a few snowflakes. You know, this is something I could use, like do post work with some brushes and all, but I think these will look much nicer in the scene. Like, yep. If I can get them right, in the right position and not like blocking their face and stuff. Okay, so I did save it with the snow in there. Did I save it with the snow kind of edited? We shall see. I don't know that I even need these other snows in here, but probably just the one up front for the effect. Okay, so we did save it with Leaf there. Okay, the spotlight group, we got all that working here for us. Now this was, I think, before I figured out how to do the snow. So we go back here and we look for snow. Okay. And it's like, wow, we sold 5 snows today. They're saying it to Daz. I wonder why everybody just wanted to buy snow. All at once. Yep. So let's see. We have snow, so we got to put a pattern on the snow, and I think I was using this one. Stylized snow. And now I don't think we need to mess with this animation stuff. I think all we have to do is move it where we want it. But let's see what happens. When I slide, Okay, so now we actually, we kind of do have to, or else there's no snow. So we have to kind of do this. All right, we'll take that there. And then we'll move. All right, we go back to this first. No, okay, that's not going to work. All the snow, to ship all the snow we're going to get this afternoon and evening for your scene. I don't think we're going to get snow here today, but so if you'd like to send a little over, that's okay. I'm a kind of snow person. I like snow. What happens when we make the snow? Okay, snowflake scale. This is the one we like to mess with here. And then we're going to go here to our smart content. And we're going to move parameters. We go up here and we're going to move this Z. I should have done this in the first. Okay. What if that might work? Iray. Let's see what it looks like. It's probably going to be too bright. Yes, we could handle a little bit of snow. We don't have any snow on the ground. Okay, so this looks too bright. So we take our Morphing Snow. Over to Morphing Snow we go. Gravity, fall partial, disperse, turbulence. Disperse, okay, wind. Okay, we don't need any of those. We're going to go into surfaces and to Morphing Snow. Over to Morphing Snow we go. We're going to take this luminance down to 1. Luminance. Ooh, there's our picture. Let's turn on some of the other snow so it looks... That would have animated as well. So there's a little bit more snow in the background. If we don't have, at least we don't have a snowflake being cut off halfway in the ground. Where, okay, control alternate minus the Morphing Snow. Over to Morphing Snow we go. All right. That kind of did it. Do we have to give this snow a characteristic? Let's go with this one. And then this one could be one of these, like this. Stylized snowflakes. And we're going to take they're probably blown out too with too much. They knew how to do this, to put it on the cutout opacity as well. Okay, we could make these a little, okay, so with this one we go with 1 again. And we go the Morphing Snow here, over to Morphing Snow. And we go here. We go with the 1 here. And then we could take, I think that's still a little bit, okay, but we could take this snow here and maybe take the cutout opacity if it will let us bring it down. Some things have a cutout opacity of like on and off, and that's it. Oh, that's kind of pretty. What if we move the Morphing Snow over? Parameters. X. Oh, so we don't want to cover the North Pole thing. So what if we take this? All right, let's render this. Save this. This light in the background, I'd like to turn that off. It's part of this pole. Just this one light is kind of bothering me. You can't even read what the sign is saying. So if I select the sign, I can probably hide that part of the sign. Or I could just move it over here, you know. Street sign. Or I could just hide the sign altogether. And as long as that didn't... Okay, that's gone. We don't need the street sign. Okay. Let's see. That looks pretty cool. The snowflakes. Save it. And now... So... I gotta look out and said, oh my gosh, Leo, he sent us some snow. Why did I say yes? So, now, render. Is this our final render? Is this going to be, maybe turn that fog back on? So I don't know if I deleted the fog, but will it render with 3 kinds of snow in here? 50 million new snowflakes? I think it will. I think all of that was issues with, I think what was happening was, just keep that in mind. Yeah, all these snowflakes and it's going to render. I think that had to do with, look at that now. Those are nice. You're welcome. Yeah, I wish I get some. Her hair is doing something kind of weird here. I think I have to tuck it in. So, yeah, it's doing something weird. I haven't used this side of her. So I think maybe we push that in. Welcome, North Pole. This is all looking good. Yeah, it is. Their feet are on the ground. They are all dressed in their best little in their best outfit. This looks nice now. Could they be a little more opaque? Maybe, I think. But I don't think they have to be. So we let this render. So I'm going to do something with her hair. I'm going to push that in a little bit there. Cancel. Yes. We have her from a new angle and we're noticing stuff. Okay, so we go to the perspective view and we zoom in. We go into, I can't go into Filament, okay, texture shaded. I think what's happening is Filament is creating a, what's going on with his hair? Okay. We got, somehow it got ripped over. here. So what we're going to do is go and select the hair, which is not going to let me select the hair. That would be Oriana Hair. And that's old hair. Why? I mean, I have so many nice hairs, and why did I pick this? All right, so, but I mean, newer hairs, like much newer. Okay, tool settings. All right, we're going to go to tool settings. And we're going to go to Geometry Sculptor. And we're just going to, okay, where are we at 5? Let's try to push it in. Up here. That's too far. Okay, and pull this in a little bit like that. And this is the behind the hair. That's up. Okay, how about this? There we go. Did that do it? Okay. All right. This mesh grabber that allows us to do deforce hair. What would we do without that? We would be in a mesh. We would be in a mesh if we didn't have mesh grabber. We'd have to go into hexagon, which would not be very fun. That is why we buy the Premier. That's why we pay, so that we can have security for our assets. If we don't pay for Premier, our assets, we may not have security with our assets. We want to make sure that Daz has a good revenue. I mean, I thought they were $1 billion company. No, they only make a few million a year, okay? And that's not a big company, okay? Not in today's standard when we're talking about companies like Microsoft. And no, we have to support Daz Studio, okay? We have to support them. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. You guys all support them. You have all their stuff, and you buy all their stuff. And so, but just to say, you know, and they don't pay me anything to do this. Nothing. Nothing. I pay them to make these. So, yeah. But, all right, let's see if that fixed her hair or made it really bad. We might just have to take and fix her hair completely, and that would not be, if I have to, I'm going to go in and do it, micromanage her hair if I have to, if it just doesn't look. But I think this might just kind of cram it in there and it might work. Let's see. But I might have to go in and do it with a little bit more finesse. Okay. Yeah. So this is it. Now I'd like to give him some hair. Even maybe a crew cut. Okay, I think I'm going to give him hair. Okay, because these two guys, they look too much alike. And so I want to give him hair. They're supposed to, these two guys are kind of, these are set up with buddies. These two guys are a buddy, and those two guys are buddies, and these two guys are buddies. So, but I'm going to give him, maybe if I can find a crew cut, we'll give him a crew cut. See what happens. So this is Gregory, is it? Yeah, that's Gregory. Let's take and get rid of the Sailor's Life hair and give him, where did you go, Gregory? Okay, here, select this. This is going to be just enough to throw this scene over the edge. Okay, hair, we're going to look for, let's try, crew cut. Does that come up with anything? Well, we can put this in parentheses. Maybe it's 2 words. My spelling is horrible with some of these things. Okay, this looks like it would work. No, this looks like it's not. Okay, this might. Okay, this works for Genesis 9 too, I think. Gregory. What happened to your hair? Okay, so let's see. Gregory. We have to see if this, okay, where's the crew cut? Okay, Sailor's Life. Where did it go? Oh, that might have been a style. That's a shape. Okay, that is a shape. So we'll go to this, explore the product. We've got to put on the product first. Hair. Okay, we put the hair on first. Select Gregory. Okay. Put on the hair first. Then we can use the style. Okay. No, this is for Genesis 8, but it'll work. Okay, 8 male. That, I just noticed, I think that face, that is Bruce. Yeah, I recognize him. They've changed him a lot, but that's Bruce. Yep. I know my figures. Yeah, I do. So this is putting some more stuff in the scene. Hopefully not too much of a... Not too much... Well, it's doing the auto fit, but... It's like when I put that shape in, it's like, wow, that was quick. Not going to take up much room at all. So we've got like eight hairs, 8 beards, 8 clothing sets, and a massive scene, and 10,000 snowflakes, very detailed ones. And all these lights and cameras and, yeah. So, is it going to work? Yeah, it was when because I copied, this was the guy. He was the template. I didn't use instances because I wanted to put them all in different poses, and so these are all separate objects. Okay, Gregory, do you have hair yet? There's the crew cut hair. It might be turned off. Let's go to materials. We'll make it dark. Okay. And then we're going to go to shaping, and we're going to give him the biggest crew cut they've got. Which one is this, I think? It's that one. And then we got to go in and turn it on. I had the worst. Oh, maybe we don't. Let's see. Parameters. Crew cut hair. These are the cuts. Okay, show bones. Okay, it looks like they're all on, but we might have to... All right, it's on. Let's see what this looks like now with the dark hair. Save it. Will it render? So that's the thing. If you use your filament mode during the process of creating your scene and your scene all of a sudden doesn't fit into the RAM, you have to close your scene, come back in, don't invoke filament mode, and you might be able to render your scene, okay? Because filament mode creates a bunch of images that have to be able to be fed in order for it to your graphics card. They get fed into your graphics card. So just keep that in mind. Okay, because as soon as I went out and came back in and didn't open filament mode, this scene fit perfectly, just fine in my, maybe I'm right at the edge right now where it's not going to fit, but I have a feeling this is going to work. So he's going to have a new look. There it is. Okay, so what does this look like? There we go. It's a little too dark for his beard, but I think it might work still. Yeah, it's okay. His beard's sort of getting, his beard kind of looks brown and his hair looks kind of black, but yeah, there it's working. It works. So yeah, I think these guys are they're holding their own. They look like they have a tree coming up from around them. So I might delete that tree. Little things that you see and you have to kind of fix. So I think the tree's going to go. Now, I might not be able to delete the lights because I think the lights could all be like all in one big object. So we'll see. I'll select the tree if I can. Tree instance, we'll hide it first. And it looks like there are lights there. I might have to use light instance. Okay. 3, what's that? Okay, that worked, or did that turn off all of my lights? Well, let's look and see. Are we going to be able to do this? Are we? So now you guys know about snow and how to put some really kind of interesting looking snow into your scene. Okay, that's gone now. Did I? Okay, and I didn't lose my other lights. Oh, we have another tree. There's 2 trees there. Yes, cancel the render. I'm going to turn back, if I still have it here, I'm going to turn my fog back on. If it will let me. Okay, we're going to get rid of this tree here. Okay, we'll just hide it for now. I don't really dare delete them yet. Okay, where is Control Alternate minus? Do I still have my fog here, cloud? Yes. Okay, save this. Let's see if this works. That's something I do a lot is as I look for noisy areas in the scene, like, and that created like too much noise in this area. Okay. So like the light behind the snowflake, that was another noisy area. Okay. And you want things to be kind of have their own little space and place. And so that it's not like noisy. Now, if there was like a really big like Christmas bulb above his head or something, you see, then I'd have to get rid of the bulb, you know, and things like that just so that everything kind of has its place. So let's see what this looks like now with our fog turned back on. And I've been kind of on and off the fence with this fog thing, whether if I like it or not. Okay, it's not going to let me select this until, oh, okay, there we go. All right. What time is it? 1 o'clock. The day is gone. It's almost, we have a little bit of fog here, and that kind of makes the ground look like a little bit less kind of perfect. So, all right, I think that's it. This is it. This is our last image for my book. And yeah, we're going to let this, so I'm going to stop this for a moment. Now, this is a little bit of noise also here, but I don't think there's much I can do with this snowflake. Gone but productive. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. It is gone, but it's been a productive day. Oh, I have a call. Just a minute. I got to put you guys on hold for a moment. All right, I'm back. Phone call. All right, so what I'm going to do now, okay, this is starting to look nice. I'm wondering if I were to take my sky, all right, and just darken it a bit, because it's supposed to be night. These lights might really perk up a little bit more in the scene. So let's go into Iray and let's take the environment down another notch. To just kind of, I think it would make this more intimate if it's kind of darker. So we'll go to 0.5 here. There we go. And I'm wondering if that might help reticulate the lights a bit better. So I don't know, it doesn't, let's try taking this to 0.5. No, I think it's lost something. It's lost something, a kind of brightness. Okay, so we're going to go back to 1 here. And we'll go back to the lighting intensity. We'll go back to, what was that? 1 also. Yeah, it just seemed a little happier here. So, now all right. So I'm going to now just go, all I have left to do in this scene is some render settings. And we're going to go, there's one thing I want to do here is in my progressive render, it's at 6,000 iterations. I'm going to bring this up to, we're just going to drag that all the way to the top and say just keep rendering until I say it's done. 25,000 iterations. Yeah, that's 25K. So save, we could even go higher if you wanted, but no, not 20, that was not 25. It's 25,000 iterations. It's not 25K. All right, save this so that we can get their skin to reticulate on their face. It'll take a long time, but it will take probably about 20 minutes to an hour, you know, no more than an hour to do that, and this will be all done. Now, do I have any snowflakes in any kind of bad places? No. See, luckily the snowflakes are all in the right place. They're just kind of right there. This is covering his hand, but that's okay. All right, so North Pole, we can still read that. So this is it, people. This is the last render. Will this allow me to render at 13K? Because that's what I need for my book. That's what I'm aiming for. 13.5K is what I'm looking for to render. So I'll have to render that afterwards, which will take about, oops, now look what's happened here. What did I do? All I did was change the maximum samples, the amount of iteration time. Okay, so we'll save this. I didn't do anything. All I did was mess with the lights a little bit. So, all right, we got to close out of here and come back. Something grabbed some of my RAM in the time we were doing that. I did turn on the fog, but I thought we already rendered it with the fog. All I did was say just do more iterations. That's all I did. Wow. So we shall see what is happening today. Deleting objects. Okay, I turned off those trees. Those trees could probably be deleted, but I don't think that it's going to matter because the other trees are just using the same textures. But we could try deleting those trees. I actually turned off stuff. All I did was change the... This scene has been more difficult than... Now, I don't think I went into... I don't think I went into... I didn't go into filament mode. Oh, I did mess with the sky. All right, I messed with that 13K HDRI. That's an 8K HDRI, so that could have kind of disrupted things. Okay, so let's see. All right. File, new, Leafs Village. The last chapter of the book. This is the last image for the book. Yes. Okay. It's going to take a moment here. Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. Okay. We've had 40 views today. Please remember, please like, subscribe, please leave a like on the video. Please go to my gallery here if you could and leave some likes on my on my book images, I would appreciate that very, very much. You don't have to go and like everything in my gallery, but you could, if you could, on these Christmas images for the book, I would appreciate it if you could go in and leave some likes on them. I think it would be 14 or 15 likes. I'm not sure. I think it's about 15 pages, 15 images, and 15 little stories that go with the book. If you want, you can read through it. Start with the first image and read through the story and see if you like it. It's last night I came up with book 2. So the book 2 is going to be a whole separate book, but I don't know that I'm going to turn that into a book because it's a lot darker than this one. This one is kind of for kids. The book 2 gets a little bit dark, where it goes into like the origins of the curse and where the curse came from. And it goes into like another town that's cursed. And it's just a little bit kind of more depressing. Yeah. So, but, all right. I think this is just ready to render. So let's go back to our render settings and just make sure they're at that, yeah, 25,000. Okay, I don't think that should change this. Okay, I could go in. Now this is probably going to cause me issue. Let's see if we can render this. Just render it. Just do it. Now it could have been when I turned those trees off and it was trying to get them out of the memory. That could have just discombobulated the memory. We did turn back on the ground fog, but I thought it rendered fine with that on. Okay, we've got new hair. What's the fog? So we might have to turn off the ground fog. What is it? Okay. Could it be these maximum samples? All right, let's bring this down to 8,000. All right, let's see if that does it. We turned off the ground fog. Nope. Now it's going to give us trouble here. All right, we're going to go into this here and find the trees that and we're going to delete them. Okay, this is the street sign. We're going to delete the street sign. We're going to take them right out of the scene. And I have those trees that are turned off. The fence, I don't remember turning off the fence, but we're going to delete the fence, I guess. And what else have we got turned off in here? No, I didn't turn up the render size. This tree instance, this tree light instance, the tree light instance. The tree instance. And I think this is the tree light instance that goes with that tree. So we're going to delete that. What else have I got here? That's all right. Oh, now these other morphing snows. Do I really need them? Let's see. All right, I don't really need that morphing snow. And this one here. The snowflakes are so small that, okay, I don't need them either. So we'll get rid of those. All right, save this. Globe. Now, I thought that when these things were turned off, that it wouldn't load them into the memory. When they were like hidden, but maybe it does. Maybe I have to bring that back down. No, I didn't change. Let me double check and make sure that I didn't raise the resolution any. I don't think I did. I'm sure I didn't, but let's check. No, they're still at 2000, which isn't very high. Tone mapping. Spectral rendering is off. The filtering. All right. Caustic sampler's off. All right. High threshold is 1024. You'd think that would be... So we got quite a bit of compression here. So maximum path length is the highest. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna try this again. Say okay. I just saved it. So will it do it? I might have to restart my computer to get this to do it. Something's using the RAM. Nope. All I did was I put the hair in here. Then I turned off stuff. Okay, let's go out of Iray. Let's go to texture shaded and then try rendering it. I don't have anything else open on my computer. I don't have like an image open in Photoshop or anything. So what I'm going to do is save it. So, I mean, at this point, I will figure it out. There's a possibility that hair could be just taking up a huge amount of space. Well, there we go. So what did I do? I just did something and it worked. All right, so this is the last image here. Now I'm going to go out of here. I'm going to turn my fog back on. Oh, I went out of Iray. Okay, so I didn't have Iray sitting on in the background. Okay, so I've been told that, oh, if you keep Iray on, it goes much faster when you render. Can I turn my fog back on now? All right, so we're out of Iray. Control Alternate minus is my hotkey I set up. Turn the fog back on. Now let's see if this works. So Is it going to render with the fog back on? If it does, then I'm going to try turning the amount of iterations up to maximum. Yeah, it works okay with the fog on. Okay, so we'll close this, cancel that, and I'm going to move my iterations back up. Progressive render. I don't think that would have done it. Okay, save this. So yeah, so at least the way it looks, that having Iray on takes memory. Okay, it takes memory to do that. It's a completely different render. It's like having two renders of your scene at once. I can't say it's exactly like that, but it is to some degree. So here we go. So this will render and render and render and render and render and render until I stop it. Until their faces kind of do their thing. That's where that hair. I think the first thing it's loading is the hair. That crew cut hair, I think. I'm not sure, but if this snaps into it, we're done. We're done. The book is there. It is. So we got a little bit of fog in there. I kind of wanted that because it just makes the ground look less. That'll reticulate to some like almost vanish over this period of time. So I don't see any problems here. So yeah, this is it. This is the last. Welcome to the North Pole. And our little elves. Now that's some lush hair. So yeah. Okay. That's going to do it for me, people. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me while I did this. Please remember to go to my gallery if you can and leave some likes on my book images. You don't have to, like I said, like everything in the gallery, but please give them some love. Help boost them up a little bit. I don't think this is too bad of an image. It's taken me a while to do this, to make this all happen. But we did it. We didn't have to lower the resolution of our HDRI. We were able to keep an 8K HDRI there. And we got some really pretty snowflakes here in this whole image. So maybe this snowflake would have been better up in there, but I think it's okay here as well. So yeah, this is it. All right, so this is going to do it for me. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. I will be back after this splash screen to say goodbye. So I'll be back in a moment. And thank you again, people, for watching. I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. I am Rex Red, saying so long for now. Again, bye to you all. Angus, Eve, we had Serenity's Gate here tonight. Unknown Robot. And we had Hans Joachim. I didn't even say hi. I didn't even notice you here, Hans. Thank you very much for saying hi, and very nice. I hope you're having a wonderful day. and Cherry, and Art was here to start the evening off. And Angus, my friend, thank you very much. And we had Chaotic Diablo was here as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you again very soon. Bye-bye for now.